You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at rudolfsteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. As well, there are two publishing houses, steinerbooks.org in America and rudolfsteinerpress.com in London, which are the sole translators of Rudolf Steiner's work into English for us all and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Art as Seen in the Light of Mystery Wisdom. 8 lectures held in Dornach from the 28th of December to the 4th of January, 1914 to 1915, translated by Pauline Verla and Johanna Collis. Lecture 1 is entitled Technology and Art, given in Dornach on the 28th of December, 1914. This is Collected Works, volume 275. The main intention of these lectures is to build a bridge from spiritual scientific knowledge to the kind of conception of life which our time demands. And I intend also giving a few indications on this theme in the coming days. What we call modern life takes living hold of all those people who, through living in towns or in similar circumstances, have been torn away from a direct connection with nature. And we know that since the advent of modern life, people have always thought about its significance, both for the intellectual as well as the material progress of human civilization. And now it is time that the impulses we are acquiring from spiritual science should enter into modern life. Gradually we shall have won through to the feeling that with respect to many a thing that meets us in life today, we need spiritual science as a kind of compensation for those things in modern life that weaken, we might actually say destroy, some of the general divine spiritual life forces of man. People who are able, by means of the first stages of the life of initiation, really to let modern civilization affect them in all its aspects, will have experiences that give them deeper insight into the significance which modern life has for man's whole existence than that obtained from an external view of life unsupported by spirituality. People who have taken the first steps in the life of initiation will pass differently through the experience of spending a night in a train or on a steamer, especially if they sleep on the journey. What is different for the person who is in these first stages of initiation and the one who has not had any connection with it is that the experience has become conscious for the former, and he finds out what is actually happening to him when he spends a night traveling on a train or a ship, especially if he goes to sleep. Of course, the person who does not acquire initiation knowledge of things also undergoes the effects that an experience of that sort has on the whole human organism. With regard to the whole effect on the human being, there is of course no difference. If we want to understand what these indications actually mean, we must recall to memory a spiritual scientific truth which you no doubt know, namely that whilst we are asleep, our ego and astral body are outside our physical and etheric body. In fact, because of certain limitations which cosmic laws impose on us in the natural order of things, our ego and astral body are very close to our physical body and etheric body in a case like this. So that if we are asleep on a train journey, our ego and astral body are right inside all the rattling, rumbling, and braking going on in the wheels and the engine of the train. And it is just the same on a modern steamer. We are inside everything going on around us. We are inside these not exactly musical experiences in our surroundings, and you need only have taken the very first steps in initiation to notice on waking up that when the ego returns with the astral body into the physical body and etheric body, they bring with them what they experienced while they were being squeezed through the machinery, where they really were inside the moving machinery, right up to the moment of waking. We bring all this disharmonious squeezing and tearing back into our physical and etheric body. And if you have ever woken up with all the after effects of what the engines of a steamer or a train have done to your ego and astral body, and bring that into your waking consciousness, you will notice how little it synchronizes with what is going on within you in the way of a kind of experience the ego and the astral body have of the inner harmony of the physical and etheric body. You do in fact bring back with you the wildest confusion, the most frightful din of pulling, screeching, and rattling, and if you are sensitive to it, you will feel that the effect on the etheric body really is as though your physical body were being bruised and dismembered, which is of course a clumsy expression. But you will not misunderstand. This is an absolutely unavoidable side effect of modern life. And I want to give a word of warning right at the outset, as the kind of lecture I want to give today can very easily rouse what I would call theosophists' hidden arrogance, which flourishes very well here and there. I am not making a general allusion, of course, let alone a particular allusion, for when one holds a talk on a matter like this, one immediately provokes judgments. I think that in the case of these theosophists' arrogance, it can easily happen that people imagine they must take great care not to expose themselves to these destructive forces, that they must protect themselves from all the influences of modern life, that they must closet themselves in a room containing the right surroundings, with walls of the color indicated by theosophy, to make sure that modern life cannot reach them in any way that would be harmful to their bodily organization. I really do not want my lectures to have this effect. Everything of the nature of withdrawing and protecting oneself from the influences of all that we necessarily have to encounter as world karma arises out of weakness. But anthroposophy can only strengthen the human soul, gemüt, and should develop those forces that inwardly strengthen and arm us against these influences. Therefore, never within the compass of our spiritual movement could any kind of recommendation be given to cut oneself off from modern life, or to turn spiritual life into a kind of hothouse culture. This could never apply in the realm of true spiritual culture. Although it is understandable that weaker natures prefer to withdraw from modern life and go into one or another kind of settlement where they are out of reach of it, the fact remains that this arises not from strength, but from weakness of soul. Our task, however, consists in strengthening our soul life by permeating ourselves with the impulses of spiritual science and spiritual research, so that we are armed against the onslaughts of modern life, and so that our souls can stand any amount of hammering and knocking and are still capable of finding their way into the divine spiritual realms right through the hammering and knocking of the Ahrimanic spirits. One thing must be taken into account, however, which I have often referred to. We human beings do not only sleep at night, we actually sleep in the daytime as well, only we do not notice our daytime sleep as much as our nighttime sleep. During the night our thought life is dimmed down, and because our soul lives predominantly in our thoughts, we are, as a matter of course, more aware of the dimming down of our thought life during nighttime sleep. During the day, our life of will is more at rest, yet we are less aware of this because we live less in our will. All the arguing the philosophers have done about the freedom and lack of freedom of the will is due to this. as they have not taken into account that they are investigating the will whilst they are daytime sleepers, and therefore cannot arrive at its true nature, they talk a lot of nonsense about free will and unfree will, indeterminism and determinism. In actual fact, whilst we are open to the waking life of day, we are only conscious of our will life to a very small degree. It dips down into the subconscious, into the region that belongs purely to the astral body. Thus, during our waking day too, we are involved in all that modern life has produced around us in the way of the stress and noise of modern technology. During the night, it is more our life of thought and feeling that becomes submerged in the noise and stress. During the day, it is more our life of feeling and will. Now, in the course of human evolution, what we call modern life has not always existed. It came on the scene essentially at the beginning of the fifth post-Atlantean epoch. The beginning of the fifth post-Atlantean epoch actually coincides with the beginning of the modern age. What does modern intellectual culture say about the beginning of the modern age? As we know, modern intellectual culture is proud of the achievements of modern life. It is expressed somewhat like this. Throughout antiquity and the Middle Ages, people were incapable of developing a real observation of nature, such as could have led to natural science. This did not happen until modern times. And when people talk of modern times like this, they are speaking of the time which began with the fifth post-Atlantean epoch. That was when people broke away from the old way of observing nature and observed it impartially, solely according to abstract laws. And it was through this knowledge of the laws of nature that natural science came into the position of opening up the possibility of mastering the forces of nature, and mastering them in an unprecedented way, as we so often hear. Yet this is just what modern technology is. And the characteristic nature of modern technology arose as a result of man acquiring knowledge of natural laws, and then proceeding to use the material world to fashion his machines according to these natural laws. Machines with which he can then work back on nature and life by filling modern life with them and creating his own technological setting. That is, modern life in its essence and function. Thus we see that it is the modern age that has established real natural science and the resultant mastery over nature and its forces. You often hear people speaking like this. However, if we speak like this, we are speaking Ahriman's language, for this is using the language of Ahriman. But let us see if we can translate this language of Ahriman into the real and true language that we are trying to acquire again by means of spiritual science. A language where words not only acquire the meaning ascribed to them through observation of external nature, but also acquire the meaning ascribed to them when we look at the cosmos in its entirety, that is, both as nature and as spiritual life. Let us start by looking quite superficially at what happens when we develop modern technology. What is happening, in the first place, is just work being carried out in two stages. The first stage consists of destroying the interrelationships of nature. We blast out quarries and take the stone away, maltreat the forests and take the wood away, and the list could go on. In short, we get our raw materials in the first instance by smashing and wearing down the interrelationships in nature. And the second stage consists of taking what we have extracted from nature and putting it together again as a machine according to the laws we know as natural laws. These are the two stages, if we look at the matter on the surface. But what is it like if we look below the surface? Looking at it from inside, the matter is like this. When we take things from nature, mineral nature to begin with, we know from previous lectures that this is linked with a certain feeling of well-being belonging to the elemental spiritual beings that are within it. This, however, does not concern us so much now. What is important here is that we cast out of nature the elemental spirits belonging to the sphere of the regular progressive hierarchies, who in fact are the very spirits who maintain nature. In all natural existence there are elemental spiritual beings. When we plunder nature, we squeeze out the nature spirits into the sphere of the spirit. That is, in fact, what is constantly happening during the first stage. We smash and plunder material nature, and thus release the nature spirits, driving them forth from the sphere allotted them by the Jehovah gods into a realm where they can fly about freely and are no longer bound to their allotted dwelling places. Thus we can call the first stage the casting out of the nature spirits. The second stage is the one where we put together what we have plundered from nature, according to our knowledge of natural laws. Now, when we construct a machine or a complex of machines out of raw material, according to our knowledge of natural laws, we put certain spiritual beings into the things we construct. The structure we make is by no means without its spiritual beings. In constructing it, we make a habitation for other spiritual beings. But these spiritual beings that we conjure into our machines are beings belonging to the Ahrimanic hierarchy. Thus, at the first stage, we encounter nature spirits who are in progressive evolution and cast them out. And at the second stage, we unite these Ahrimanic spirits with our mechanisms or other products of technology. This means that by living in this technological milieu of modern times, we create an Ahrimanic setting for everything that goes on in us in a sleeping state, by night or day. So, it is no wonder that a person at the first stages of initiation, bringing back with him into his waking life all that he has experienced outside in the way of noise and confusion, feels its destructive character when he comes back into his physical and etheric bodies, with this in his ego and his astral body. For he is bringing back into his own organism the results, as it were, of his having been in the company of the Ahrimanic elemental spirits. Thus we could say that at the third stage, at the cultural level, we have technology around us stuffed full of Ahrimanic spirits, which we have put there. This is what things look like from inside. Now, if we turn our attention away from the occult side of modern life and look back at those times when people slept with only a thin partition dividing them from nature, a partition through which spirit could easily pass, and when their daytime work was within the realm of nature that still harbored regular spirits of the Jehovah hierarchy, we have to admit that in those times people's souls, their egos and astral bodies, brought back into their physical and etheric bodies the kind of nature spirits that had an enlivening effect on their inner life of soul. And the further we go back in the history of mankind's evolution, the more we find what is becoming a greater and greater rarity today, namely that people did not fill themselves with the Ahrimanic spirits of technology, but with nature spirits that were progressing on a straight path, and which the good spirits of the hierarchies, if we may use the expression, have linked to the events and being of nature. Now, man will only attain the kind of connection he needs in order to be truly human if he seeks it in his inner life, if he delves so far down into the depths of his soul that he reaches the forces that connect him with the spirit of the cosmos, out of which he was born, and in which he is embedded, but from which he can be separated. A separation has already taken place in his sense perception and intellect. And now again, through his being filled with Ahrimanic beings in the course of modern life, as we have seen. Only by penetrating into the depths of his own being will man find the connection with divine spiritual beings that he needs for his salvation, the spiritual hierarchies that are progressing on a straight path. This connection with the spiritual hierarchies for which we were actually born in the Spirit, this living connection with them, is made difficult to the highest degree by the saturation of the world by modern technology. Man is being, as it were, torn away from his spiritual cosmic connections, and the forces which he should be developing within him to maintain his link with the spiritual soul being of the cosmos are being weakened. A person who has already taken the first steps in initiation will therefore notice how the mechanical things of modern life penetrate into man's spiritual soul nature to such an extent that a great deal of it is smothered and destroyed. He will also notice that the destruction of these forces makes it particularly difficult for him really to develop those inner forces which unite the human being with the rightful, in quotes, spiritual beings of the hierarchies. Please do not misunderstand the word. When a person who has taken the first steps in initiation tries to meditate in a modern railway carriage or on a modern steamer, he makes a great effort, of course, to activate the necessary forces of vision to lift him into the spiritual world. Yet he notices the Ahrimanic world filling him with the kind of thing that opposes this devotion to the spiritual world, and the struggle is enormous. You could call it an inner struggle, experienced in the etheric body. A struggle that wears you out and crushes you. Other people who have not taken the first steps in initiation also go through this struggle, of course, and the only difference is that the student of initiation experiences it consciously. Everyone has to go through it. The effects of this are experienced by everyone. It would be the worst possible mistake to say that we should resist what technology has brought into modern life, that we should protect ourselves from Ahriman by cutting ourselves off from modern life. In a certain sense, this would be spiritual cowardice. The real remedy for this is not to let the forces of the modern soul weaken and cut themselves off from modern life, but to make the forces of the soul strong, so that they can stand up to modern life. A courageous approach to modern life is necessitated by world karma. And that is why true spiritual science possesses the characteristic of requiring an effort of the soul, a really hard effort. You so often hear people saying, quote, "These books of modern spiritual science are difficult. They make you exert yourself in order to develop your soul forces and really penetrate into spiritual science." Close quote. This is why, in quotes, well-meaning people, and I am saying this in inverted commas, keep on coming to me and saying that they want to smooth out difficult passages for their fellow men and change what is written in a rather difficult style into something as trivial as can be. And these last words are not said in inverted commas. However, it belongs to the essence of spiritual science that it makes demands on soul activity, that you do not accept spiritual scientific truths lightly, as it were. For it is not just a matter of taking in what spiritual science says about one thing and another, but of how you take it in. You should take it in by dint of effort and soul activity. To make spiritual science your own, you must work at it in the sweat of your soul. Please forgive me for not being very polite. That belongs to the business of spiritual science, if you will excuse the mundane expression. It shows a further misunderstanding of the actual nerve of a spiritual science if people shy away from the difficult ideas and conceptual structures of spiritual science. And don't we know how many people shy away from it? How many people would prefer to dream, "The Lord gives it to his own in sleep"? They would far rather have things conjured up before them in all kinds of visions of the spiritual world than acquire knowledge through the activity of exerting their inner life of soul. We know how many people there are who prefer having visions rather than sitting down and studying a difficult book of spiritual science, even though it is capable of speaking to the human soul forces that are asleep during ordinary daily life. For spiritual science really does activate the part of man that is otherwise unconscious and transport him into the life of the spiritual world. The right approach is not to receive conscious daily life apathetically and to grope in the dark, but to make an effort out of soul activity to get through what is given for the development of thoughts and ideas. For when you make an effort and have the courage to make yourself at home in this development of thoughts and ideas, this brave and active effort will bring you to the stage where mere theorizing on what is given and mere acceptance in thought passes over into seeing and really being in the spiritual world. However, the really modern conception of life that arises for us from these considerations is that because of our technological surroundings, we descend into a kind of Ahrimanic sphere and become filled with Ahrimanic spirituality. The most terrible calamity would have come about in Earth evolution if in earlier ages provision had not been made for these experiences of Ahrimanic spirituality that world karma is bringing to modern mankind. Life always progresses like the swing of a pendulum. It is experienced like a pendulum swinging in one direction or the other. You cannot say, quote, "Beware of Ahriman," close quote, for nothing can protect you from him. And if someone longs to shut himself up in a room surrounded by the color that suits him best, where he has no factories near him or trains passing by if he can possibly help it, but is completely cut off from modern life, there are many, many ways in which Ahrimanic spirituality can get into his soul. Even though he withdraws from modern life, modern spirituality will still reach him. Now, something entered into human evolution that, as it were, held off the calamity, and I gave an indication of this a long time ago in a lecture cycle in Munich. We must take all these things together, for that is also part of the active experiencing of modern spiritual science. Man has been given art, which also takes its raw material from nature by reducing and wearing it down, and at the second stage puts it together again to make something new, with a breath of life in it, although it is only of a pictorial nature. The life of the artistic impulses given us in the past has the capacity, as I said in Munich, to imbue its material with a more Luciferic spirituality. Luciferic spirituality, beauty as an illusion, in fact everything that has an effect on man through the medium of art, leads man away from matter into the spirit. Yet it does so through the life in the material. Lucifer is the spirit who constantly wants to flee from matter and bear man into the life of the spirit in an unjustified way. That is the other swing of the pendulum. It is only because we have to go through a technological atmosphere in the present incarnation that it is possible for us to come into connection with Ahriman, whereas in earlier incarnations we were more connected with a quality that could be steeped in art. Thus we are countering certain Luciferic forces by means of the present-day Ahrimanic forces, which together form a balance. Whilst the pendulum of life swung one way in the past and swings the other way now. What spiritual science quite specifically has to want at the present time is that human beings do not sleep and dream through what world karma is imposing on them. Yet people who wish to know nothing about spiritual science do sleep and dream through all the influences of Ahriman and Lucifer. They are exposed to these influences even if they themselves know nothing about them. But life cannot go on like this. Life has to be lived consciously from now on. And that is what spiritual science is for. So that people do not go through the world sleeping and dreaming, but understand what is around them. For this to happen, however, we must really get down to the subtleties of our spiritual scientific business, if you will forgive the word. Such subtleties often go unnoticed, and this is the sort of thing I find when I read through transcripts of lectures I have given. Often what is of essential importance to me does not appear at all in the transcript. Just look at two examples of this. I used a certain sentence a little while ago and did not say that spiritual science wants something, but that spiritual science should want it, or has to want it. That is a particular expression which comes quite naturally to a person who is speaking out of the spirit of spiritual science. For spiritual science leads, as a matter of course, to a more impersonal grasp of the truths of spiritual life than other sciences do. Speaking in the manner of other sciences, we would say, quote, spiritual science wants something, close quote. But spiritual science says, quote, what it should want or must want, close quote. And I say, quote, the way I must express myself, close quote, and not, quote, the way I express myself, close quote. A great deal depends on such subtleties. We must not pass them by. On the contrary, we must begin to believe that everything depends on spiritual science taking hold of man's innermost soul forces, and that it is capable of transforming them. Therefore, it will not do to approach spiritual science with the kind of thinking one is in the habit of using in ordinary life. People are still largely unaware of what I mean by this. This can be seen, actually sensed, so to speak, in certain crude symptoms in the evolution of ordinary science. Let us take one example out of many. Modern science of religion, irreligious science of religion, is especially proud of the fact that it has found a connection between New Testament utterances and commandments and Old Testament and heathen utterances and commandments. People have followed up the origin of every phrase in the Lord's Prayer, for instance, and said, quote, this particular phrase comes from here and that one from there, close quote. If you hear it like this, it can sound credible. Yet the moment you approach the mystery of Golgotha in a spiritual, world historical light, you will notice that all these things appear in a new context, and that the important thing is not the discovering that all these expressions were there in earlier times, but looking at them in the context which gives them a new shade of meaning. In this respect, the Old and the New Testament differ entirely. Subtle things like this convey the essence of the mystery of Golgotha. The words and even the word connections often stay the same, but their shade and coloring is different, and that makes all the difference. There is something tremendous behind the fact, for instance, that the conception of the ego in the whole evolutionary system of language is quite differently constructed the further back we go in pre-Christian times than it is later on when we go forward from the mystery of Golgotha. The way people spoke about the capital I changed, and this can be seen in the configuration of language. When the I becomes part of the word for the verb, as is the case in many languages, it signifies something entirely different from when it is separated from the verb and spoken as a separate word, and so on. The important thing is to work our way, with the help of spiritual science, to an approach to life which looks consciously at the things which influence our human organism of spirit, soul, and body. The way I have described man's relationship to his technological surroundings is, of course, only in its beginning stages. It was about 4 centuries ago that things began to get like they are today. Then the 19th century, that was so proud of itself, took a tremendous leap forward in the Ahrimanization of human life. Yet a great deal more will take place in future human evolution in the direction of this Ahrimanization. We have been in it for about 400 years. It is coming slowly and gradually. It has already reached a certain climax among the vast numbers of our fellow men who, because of the isolation caused by living in towns, hardly have any connection anymore with real nature spirits. I once said symbolically that it is important for man's development to be able to distinguish oats from barley. Yet really, how many people are there in a town environment today who cannot tell the difference anymore between oats and barley? Perhaps they can distinguish the plants, as that is comparatively easy in the case of oats and barley, but where the grains are concerned, they can no longer tell the one from the other. If they have lived in a town or were actually born there, they usually cannot tell the difference. Now, it happens like this in the evolution of mankind, that when human beings have progressed a stage, this progress is always bound up with another experience that is at another stage, as it were, in a parallel stream. And this has happened. Whilst technological life has been drawing modern man closer to Ahriman in the way I have described, he has also been getting closer to him in another way. When a spiritual view of history replaces the crude way of viewing history introduced by materialism, people will understand what spiritual science has to say on this matter. If we go back to the time that preceded the last 4 centuries, man not only had a different relationship to his environment than he has today, but he had, above all, an entirely different relationship to something that comes to expression in himself, really comes to expression in himself. He had a different connection with his speech, to the way he spoke. Speech does not only contain what modern materialistic science believes it does. There is something in speech which in many ways is connected with man's not fully conscious experiences, which often occur in the subconscious realms of his being, and which are therefore interpenetrated by spiritual beings. Spiritual beings live and are active in man's speech. And when man forms words, elemental spiritual beings pour into these words. During human conversations, spiritual beings fly about the room on the wings of the words. This is why it is so important that we pay attention to certain subtleties of speech, and do not simply let uncontrolled feelings get the better of us when we speak. Right into the 15th and 16th centuries, we could say that man still possessed the remnant of a living experience of the elemental spirituality contained in language. The spirituality of language was still active within him, for language is, in a certain respect, more inspired and spiritual in many ways than an individual human being. It is only occasionally nowadays that we notice a person reverting from a materialistic way of thinking to a feeling for the inspired spirituality of language. On one occasion here I gave a very clear, if trivial, example showing in what way a person's mind can revert from the materialistic role of today. On the whole, it still happens to many people, but they are not immediately aware of it. If someone is traveling down the Rhine and he speaks, for instance, of the old Rhine, what does he mean? No doubt he feels something, but what is he referring to? When people speak of the old Rhine, I do not think they mean the riverbed, the hollow in the ground. That would be the only permanent part, of course. But we cannot discover what else the old Rhine is supposed to be, for the water's certainly absolutely new. It keeps flowing on. And if you try and find anything old except the hollowed out riverbed, it cannot be done. The old Rhine. Language is more inspired than man, because the language obviously means the river god, even if people are not conscious of it. One is describing the elemental being that belongs to it very suitably when one says the old Rhine. That is a rough example. This spirituality, this belief in spirituality, exists throughout language. And a feeling, at least, for this connection with spirituality in language still really existed in the disposition of soul of all the peoples of Europe during the course of the fourth post-Atlantean epoch, and right up to modern times, as far as the 15th and 16th century. If you are not aware of this fact, you cannot have the right feeling for the beginning of the St. John's Gospel. For the opening words of the St. John's Gospel, quote, "In the beginning was the Word," close quote, arose, in fact, out of a consciousness that the part of the Word plays within the whole human organism and human life, provides the connection for man, by way of elemental spirituality in the first place, to the whole of the world lying behind the world of the senses. If, with the means that spiritual science puts at our disposal, we observe the way human life has run its course from the Middle Ages up to modern times, and are able to look right into the soul, we shall in fact find that man's relationship to speech was altogether different in the fourth post-Atlantean epoch, even in the last phase of it that lasted up till the 14th and 15th century. Whenever they spoke, people heard undertones, genuine undertones. People no longer believe this, because nowadays human beings really only live in the material aspect of the sounds of speech. A spiritual element joined with the sound as though it sounded again an octave lower. Thus when people spoke, or heard people speaking, something resounded in the words that was not differentiated according to one or another language, but was of a universal human character. One can really say that when human experience comes to expression, as it were, in the flowering of the separate languages, mankind today experiences the flowering as a vibrating of sounds in the ear, and experiences the sounds as something that have a meaning, whereas in earlier times they experienced a steeping of the whole element of speech in something that joined with it and was not differentiated into the various languages. The dividing line between the one experience and the other fell in the 15th and 16th century. Mankind was torn away from the genius of language. Nobody can understand the actual jolt mankind was given in the 15th, 16th, and 17th centuries unless he studies the special character of this damping down of undertones in the experiencing of speech. Something was lost to mankind, and this comes to light in the happenings of the times, whether they be battles or peacetime creations. Before the point of time mentioned, the human soul still experienced it. Whenever people spoke, this resounding of undertones and the experiencing of speech still lived in human souls. That is why the whole of history has an entirely different quality before this turning point than afterward. Through spiritual science we must develop a spiritual ear, as I would like to call it, for the completely different tone that events had in the Middle Ages than they have today, as human souls were connected to their experiences in quite a different way in those times. I will choose the Crusades as an example of a general human soul experience. They are only conceivable in the way they came about in the Middle Ages if we know of the existence of these spiritual undertones in the experiencing of language. the present-day peoples of Middle and Western Europe would most certainly not be so affected by the words of Clermont's Synod, God wills it, Deu levunt, as the peoples of the Middle Ages were. The reasons for this, however, can only be recognized if we take into account what has just been said. An important phenomenon in all modern intellectual life is also connected with this. The whole formation of modern history has to do with this. If you once envisage history with these subtle language undertones in mind, you will understand why, at the point of time I have indicated, the various European nationalities grouped themselves together. Those nationalities who before that time had quite different relationships with one another, who were governed by quite different impulses in their relationships to one another. The way the different nationalities group themselves in the various parts of Europe, right up to the present day, has to do with impulses that we interpret quite falsely if we go back from the present to the Middle Ages to look for the origins of nations, without bearing in mind the tremendously important Rubicon that had to be crossed in the life of the soul. I can only give you indications of these themes, whereas they would actually require a whole series of lectures. The most important part of all this must be left to your meditation, which will discover what can be found as a result of these indications. What I would hope to have achieved is to have given you a picture of how to build a bridge between spiritual science and knowledge of life, and show you how spiritual science can lead to a conscious approach to the reality in which we live. Having spoken of the real foundations on which these indications are based, it would appear quite natural that this modern age of ours makes a renewal of many things necessary compared to the past. Through being placed today by world karma in a setting that functions in an especially Ahrimanic way, and through having to make our soul forces strong enough to find our way into spiritual spheres, despite all the hindrances that come to us from Ahrimanic spirituality, our souls are in need of different kinds of sustenance than before. For the same reason, art must also adopt new paths in all its branches. Art obviously had to speak differently to the souls that were less exposed to the attacks of Ahriman than we are today. Art has to speak in a new way to souls today, and our Goetheanum building is meant to be the very first step, really and truly the very first step toward art of this kind, and not anything perfect. It is an attempt, actually, to create the kind of art that calls on the soul to be active, on the lines of the whole conception of modern life, yet a spiritual conception of modern life. Let us remember the frightfully trivial comparison I made regarding the Goetheanum building a few weeks ago. I asked, quote, how does the effect our Goetheanum building is intended to have compare with that of an older building or an older work of art in general? Close quote. A work of art from the past made an impression by means of its forms and colors. Its forms and colors made an impression. If we make a diagram of it, and the form is like this form had an effect on the eye, EYE, he did a drawing. What was in space and what the form was filled out with was what made the impression. And it is the same with the colors. The colors on the walls made the impression. I said that our building is not intended to be like that. Our building is meant to be, and this is the terribly trivial comparison, like a jelly mold that does not exist for its own sake, but for the sake of the jelly. Its function is to give a form to what is put into it, and when it is empty, you can see what it is for. What it does to the jelly is the important thing. And the important thing with our building is what a person who goes inside it experiences in the innermost depths of his soul, when he feels the contours of the forms. All that the forms do is set the process going that creates the work of art. The work of art is what the soul experiences when it feels the shape of the forms. The work of art is the jelly. What has been built is the jelly mold, and that is why we had to try and proceed on an entirely new principle. Likewise, what you will find in the way of paintings in our Goetheanum building will not be there for their direct effect, as used to be the case with art in the past, but will be there for the soul to encounter, so that the experience resulting from this encounter will be a work of art. This, of course, involves a metamorphosis. I can only give indications of all this. The metamorphosis of an old artistic principle into a new one, which we can depict by saying that when the sculptural, the pictorial element is taken a stage further, it is led over into a kind of musical experience. There is also the opposite step, from the musical element back into the sculptural pictorial. These are things which are not created arbitrarily by the human soul, but have to do with the innermost impulses we have to go through, because we are in the first third of the fifth post-Atlantean epoch. It has been, as it were, ordained by the spiritual beings that guide this evolution. A start has to be made in every realm. If people find things about our building that are imperfect, they may be assured that the people who are actually engaged in building it will find far more imperfections than the people who criticize it, far, far more. There are faults to be found in it, which people who just look at it would not think of. But that is not the point. The point is that a start is being made, for there are so many things that have to happen. The important thing is not the perfection we achieve and what we must will to happen, but that a start is made on what has to come to life here, however imperfect it has to be. For everything new that comes into the world is imperfect compared with old things that have stood the test of time. Things that are old have reached their highest level, whereas new creations are still in their infancy. That is quite obvious. I will begin tomorrow where we have stopped today, and consider the renewal of an artistic conception of the world and the connection this has with the whole cultural life of today. The end of Lecture 1. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at rudolfsteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. As well, there are two publishing houses, steinerbooks.org in America and rudolfsteinerpress.com in England, that are the sole translators of Steiner into English and give me permission to record these. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Art as Seen in the Light of Mystery Wisdom, Collected Works, Volume 275, translated by Pauline Verla and Joanna Collis. This is Lecture 2, entitled Impulses of Transformation for Man's Artistic Evolution, Number 1, given in Dornach on the 29th of December, 1914. In the course of the following considerations, I shall be speaking to you about the important impulses of transformation present in our era for the artistic evolution of mankind. I would like to connect this with what may occur to you as a result of your own observation of this building, footnote, that is the Goetheanum, end of footnote, or rather with that of which this building is merely a beginning. But as a basis for these considerations, it will be necessary to establish a connection between art and the knowledge we have gained about man and his relationship with the world in general. I will begin today with these seemingly more theoretical considerations and continue tomorrow with our actual theme concerning the impulses of transformation in artistic development. Though I said that I would begin today with a seemingly more theoretical basis, in actual fact, anyone who looks upon spiritual science as something living will find these preliminaries very much alive and not at all theoretical. They will, however, only be quite clear to those for whom the ideas of physical body, etheric body, astral body, ego, and so on, are not mere designations in a diagram of man's being, but the expression of actual experiences in feelings and ideas relating to the spiritual world. If we consider the different forms of art, it appears that architecture is the one that has become most separated from the human being as a whole. Architecture is separated from the human being because it is placed at the service of our external impulses, either those of utility, which call for utilitarian structures, or those having idealistic aims, as in the case of religious buildings. We shall see during the course of the lecture how other forms of art have a more intimate connection with the real being of man than has architecture. Architecture is in some way detached from what we describe as the laws of man's inner being. And yet, seen from the point of view of spiritual science, this external character of architecture very largely disappears. When we begin to look at the human being, the part that first strikes us, because it is the most outward, is the physical body. But this physical body is permeated and penetrated and filled by the etheric body. The physical body might be simply called a space body or described as an organization in space. But the etheric body, which dwells in the physical body, and as you know, also extends beyond the limits of the physical body, and is intimately connected with the whole cosmos, cannot be contemplated without the aid of time. Basically, everything in the etheric body is rhythm, a cyclical rhythm of movement or activity, and it has a spatial character only in as far as it inhabits the physical body. For human imaginative perception, it is true. The etheric body also has to be conceived in spatial pictures, but these do not show its essential nature, which is cyclic, rhythmic, moving in time. Music takes up no space, but is solely present in time. In the same way, what matters with regard to the human etheric body in reality, parenthesis, not in the imaginative picture we draw, close parenthesis, is mobility, movement, formative activity in rhythmic or musical sequence, in fact, the quality of time. Of course, this is a difficult thing for the human mind to conceive, accustomed as it is to relating everything to space. But in order to gain a clear concept of the etheric body, we must try much harder to allow musical ideas rather than spatial ideas to come to our aid. In order to bring to the fore another characteristic of the etheric body, it can be said, occupying the physical body and extending as it does its activity and rhythmical play into this physical body, it is, above all, a body of forces. It is a flowing out of forces, a manifestation of forces, and we notice them in a number of phenomena that occur during the course of a man's life. One of these phenomena, to which not much attention is paid by external science, or from an outward view of the world, but one which we have often stressed, is the ability of the human being to stand upright. On entering the world at birth, we are not yet able to assume this vertical posture, which is the most important of all postures for the human being. We have to acquire the ability. It is true that this is initiated by the astral body, which, as it were, transfers its power of upward stretching to the etheric body. But it is the latter which, in the course of time, sets about raising the physical body into a vertical position. Here we see the living interplay of the astral and etheric bodies in the formation of the physical body. But this acquisition of the upright posture is only the most striking of these phenomena. Whenever we lift a hand, a similar process takes place. In our ego, we can only contain the thought of lifting a hand. This thought must at once act upon the astral body. And the astral body transfers its activity, which lives in it as an impulse, to the etheric body. And what happens then? Let us assume that someone is holding his hand in a horizontal position. Now he forms the idea. I want to raise my hand a little bit higher. The idea, which in life is followed by the act of lifting the hand, passes over to the astral body. There an impulse arises and passes over from the astral body to the etheric body. And now the following happens in the etheric body. The hand is at first horizontal, then the etheric body is drawn up higher, then the physical hand moves, following what occurs first as a development of force in the etheric body. The physical hand follows the etheric. I shall explain the whole process tomorrow. At the moment, I simply want to point out that the making of any movement involves a development of force which is followed by a state of equilibrium. In the life of our organism, we are continually dealing with a development of force followed by a state of equilibrium. Of course, the human being has no conscious knowledge of what is really going on within him. But what takes place is so infinitely wise that human ego cleverness is nothing by comparison. We would be unable to move a hand if we had to depend on our own cleverness and knowledge alone. For the subtle forces developed by the astral body in the etheric body and then passed on to the physical body are quite inaccessible to ordinary human knowledge. And the wisdom developed in this process is millions of times greater than that acquired by a watchmaker in making a watch. We do not usually think of this, but this wisdom actually has to be developed. It must be developed, and it is developed as a result of our being left to ourselves with our ego. But the moment the ego sends the impulses of its concept into the astral body, we need the help of another being. Unaided, we can do nothing here. We are dependent on help from a being belonging to the hierarchy of the angels. For even the tiniest movement of a finger, we need the assistance of such a being, whose wisdom is far in advance of our own. We could do nothing but lie on the earth, immobile, making concepts in utter rigidity, if the beings of the higher hierarchies did not constantly surround us with their activity. Therefore, the first step toward initiation is to gain an understanding of how these forces act upon the human being. I have tried to show here what is involved even in a movement as simple as resting the head in the hand. We learn to know, in the form of a spatial system of lines and forces, the exterior of our being, that which happens to our physical body through the activity of the etheric body. If we carry this spatial system of lines and forces constantly active in us out into the world, and if we organize matter according to this system, then architecture arises. All architecture consists in separating from ourselves this system of forces and placing it outside in space. Thus we may say, here we have the outer boundary of our physical body, and if we push the inner organization, which has been impressed by the etheric body, onto the physical body, outside this boundary, then architecture arises. All the laws present in the architectural utilization of matter are to be found also in the human body. When we project the specific organization of the human body into the space outside it, then we have architecture. Now, we know in our way of looking at things that the etheric body is attached to the physical body. Looking once more at any work of architecture, what we can say to ourselves about it. We can say that here, what can we say to ourselves about it? We can say that here, carried into the space outside us, is the interaction between vertical and horizontal, and between forces that react together, all of which are otherwise to be found within the human physical body. In the same way, we can carry what streams from the etheric body into the physical body, not outside ourselves this time, but down from the etheric into the physical body. In other words, we can bring about something which we do not separate from ourselves by placing it outside us, but which we only push down into ourselves. This is the process by which the laws of the etheric body, which it has received from the astral body, can become physical, just as in architecture the laws of the physical body are projected into the space outside us. Through this process, sculpture arises out of the etheric body, just as architecture arises out of the physical body. In a way, we push the laws of the etheric body down one step. Just as in architecture we push the laws of the physical body into the space outside us, so in sculpture we push the laws of the etheric body one step downward. We do not separate these laws from ourselves. We push them directly into our own form. Just as we find in architecture the expression of the laws of our own physical body, so we find in sculpture the natural laws of our etheric body. We simply transfer this inner order into our works of sculpture. In architecture, we transplant into the space outside ourselves only the laws of the physical body, its spatial lines and interplay of forces, taking nothing of the etheric body, nothing of the astral body, nothing of the ego. In the same way, where sculpture is concerned, we take only the laws of the etheric body and bring them down one step lower, using nothing of the astral body and nothing of the ego, except in so far as they send impulses into the etheric body. This is why a work of sculpture appears to be alive. It would actually be alive if it contained also the ego and the astral body. So, if we seek the laws of sculpture, we must realize that they are in fact the laws of our etheric body, just as the laws of architecture are to be seen in the laws of our physical body. If we do the same in connection with the astral body, as it were, pushing what is in us of an astral nature a step lower down into the etheric body, we are pushing down what lives inwardly in man. Now, nothing arises that could truly have a spatial nature, for the astral body, when it moves down into the etheric body, is not entering a spatial element. The etheric body is rhythmic and harmonious, not spatial. Therefore, what arises can only be a picture, indeed a real picture, in fact, the art of painting. Painting is the form of art which contains the laws of our astral body, just as sculpture contains the laws of our etheric body, and architecture those of our physical body. If we now take the fourth member of the human being, the ego, and push it with its laws down into the astral body, there allowing it to move and act, then we obtain yet another form of art. This art does not contain what works in the ego as something which can be expressed in language or ordinary ideas. It is something that has moved from the ego down one step toward the subconscious. It is as though the horizon of consciousness were to be moved down by the amount of half a member of the human being. We take half a step downward. Our ego descends into the astral body. Then music is born. So music contains the laws of our ego, though not as they are manifested in ordinary everyday life, but pressed down into the subconscious, into the astral body. The ego dives, as it were, beneath the surface of the astral body. there to flow and stream within the organization of the astral body. If we go on to speak about the higher members of the human being, starting with the spirit self, we can refer to them only as something which is still outside the human being. For in this fifth post-Atlantean epoch, we are only just beginning to make this spirit self one of our inner members. But if we accept it as a gift from a higher sphere and sink it into our ego, if we dive down like a swimmer into the water, into our ego, taking with us what as yet can only be dimly felt of the spirit self, then poetry is born. And proceeding still further, one can say, though to a limited extent, round about us, in the environment of soul and spirit, which we shall absorb at a later stage, the life spirit is also present. Therefore, one day the life spirit may come to be lowered into the spirit self. But of course, at the moment, this is something that will only reach a certain degree of perfection in the very distant future. For when he tries to lower the life spirit into the spirit self, man will have to be living entirely in an element which as yet is absolutely strange to him. So, what we can say in this domain is like the babbling of a child when compared with the later perfection of speech. One can foresee, for the far distant future, that there will be an art of great perfection that will stand out beyond poetry, as poetry stands out beyond music, music beyond painting, painting beyond sculpture, and sculpture beyond architecture, this being a question not of superiority but of arrangement. You will guess, of course, that I am referring to something of which we know only the most elementary beginnings today, something of which we can only receive the very first indications, the art of eurythmy. Eurythmy is indeed something that must appear in human evolution at this time, but there is no call for pride, for at present it can be a mere babbling compared with what it will become in the future. We can now begin at any point with a somewhat more extended view. But in order to do so, we must realize that the organization of man's being is not nearly as simple as we would like to imagine in our intellectual indolence. It is incredibly easy simply to imagine that the human being consists of physical body, etheric body, astral body, ego, and so on. If one is able to enumerate these various members and has an approximate conception of them, one may easily consider this rather simple form of knowledge quite satisfactory. But things are not so simple. Physical body, etheric body, astral body, ego are not simply sheaths which fit easily into one another. They are, on the contrary, very complex structures. Take, for instance, the astral body. It is not enough merely to say, this is the astral body and nothing more. Things are much more complicated. Words here are only an approximation, but we could say that the astral body, for instance, is in itself structured and consists of 7 members. Just as the human being can be said to have 7 members, physical body, etheric body, astral body, ego, spirit self, life spirit, spirit man, so the astral body has a connection with each of these. There is, as it were, a thinnest part of the astral body, which could be described as being especially molded and fashioned for the physical body. That is to say, there is a living system of laws in the astral body for the physical body, a living system of laws in the astral body for the etheric body, a living system of laws in the astral body for itself, a living system of laws in the astral body for the ego, a living system of laws in the astral body for the spirit self, for the life spirit, and for the spirit man. Thus each member of the human being has in turn 7 members. So taking into consideration that the human being consists of 7 members, which are in turn each structured into 7 members, we already find we have a total of 49 members. This, of course, sounds perfectly horrible to modern psychologists, who like to regard the soul as a unity, and would prefer to have nothing to do with these things. But for true knowledge, which must gradually arise in the course of the spiritual evolution of mankind, it is certainly not without significance. For when we know that the astral body is sevenfold in its nature, and that it is an organism of inner living impulses, then we shall say to ourselves, within this astral body with its sevenfold organization, individual activities must surely take place between the various members. The part of the astral body that corresponds to the physical body must have a certain interplay with the part that corresponds to the etheric body, and with the part that corresponds to the astral body itself, and so on. These are no mere abstract suppositions. It is quite possible in the human organism for a man to feel inwardly, though more subconsciously than consciously, a movement of that part of the astral body which corresponds to the physical body. And then something may produce another movement, which will have to start in that member of the astral body that corresponds to the astral body itself, and so on. This is not a mere theory. It really happens. Now imagine the 7 members of the astral body to be interrelated as are the tones of the scale, tonic, second, third, fourth, etc. If you allow the effect of a melody to work upon you, you will find that your human organization permits this to occur because the various tones of the melody are experienced inwardly in the corresponding member of the astral body. The interval of a third is experienced in the part of the astral body which corresponds to the astral body itself. A fourth is experienced in the part of the astral body which, well, let us now be more specific, corresponds to the intellectual or mind soul. A fifth is experienced in the part of the astral body which corresponds to the consciousness or spiritual soul. And remembering that when we divide the human organism more exactly, we find it contains 9 members, we must accordingly structure the astral body in the same way. Instead of saying, quote, the member of the astral body which corresponds to the physical body, close quote, when enumerating the various members, I could now say, quote, the member experienced in the tonic, close quote. Instead of, quote, the member of the astral body which corresponds to the etheric body, close quote, I could say the member experienced in the second. And instead of saying, quote, the memory of the astral body which corresponds to the astral body itself, close quote, I could say, quote, the member experienced in the third, close quote. You can now also see that the existence of the major third and the minor third really corresponds to the incorporation of the astral body in our whole human organization. If you look up the relevant passage in my book titled Theosophy, you will see that there is an overlapping of what we call the sentient soul on the other. Therefore, what I described as an interval of a third can correspond either to the astral body or to the sentient soul. In the one case we have a major third, and in the other the minor third. It is a fact that our ability to experience a musical work of art depends upon this inner musical activity of the astral body. Only while we listen to the music with our ego, we immediately sink the experience into our astral body, into certain realms which are unconscious. This leads us to a very important fact. Let us look at ourselves as astral beings, as possessors of an astral body. What is our nature in this respect? As astral beings, we have been created out of the cosmos according to musical laws. Inasmuch as we are astral beings, we are musically connected with the cosmos. We are ourselves an instrument. Let us now suppose that we do not need to hear the physical sound of tones, but are able to listen to the creative activity of the cosmos that has brought us into existence as astral beings out of the cosmos. In such a state, we should hear the universal music, what has always been called the music of the spheres. Let us suppose that we are able to dive down consciously into our astral entity, developing its spiritual strength to such an extent that we can hear the creative activity of the cosmic music. We could then say to ourselves, with the help of our astral body, the cosmos is playing our own being. This thought, which I have just expressed to you, was alive in men in ancient times, really alive. And in pointing this out, one is also pointing to the way in which, right into the fifth post-Atlantean epoch, human evolution has become more and more materialistic. For we all know that this thought is not alive in the external human culture of today. Humanity knows nothing about the fact that, so far as the astral body is concerned, the human being is a musical instrument. But this was not always the case, and the fact that it was not always the case has been, so to speak, forgotten. For there was a time when men said, "A man once lived who was called John, and this John was able to transport himself into a state of spiritual consciousness in which he could hear the music of the heavenly Jerusalem." They said, all earthly music can only be a copy of the heavenly music, which began with the creation of mankind. And the more religious part of humanity felt that by passing over into the world of physical desires, man had absorbed impulses which veiled and darkened the celestial music for him. But at the same time they felt that there must exist in human evolution, through purification from external and chaotic life, a road leading to the goal of hearing the spiritual cosmic music, as it were, through and beyond the external music of the physical world. In the 10th and 11th centuries, this relation between external materialistic music, of which the divine origin was pointed out, and its heavenly prototype was still beautifully expressed. Men were required to employ music as a form of sacrificial or religious service, and were expected to free themselves of their connection with the purely chaotic, and, as it was felt to be, impure outer world when they produced musical sounds. Life in ordinary external speech was felt to be impure. People felt themselves transported to spiritual heights when they lifted themselves up from speech to music, which is the image of celestial music. This feeling was expressed in the following words. Readers aside, I'm going to give this a try. It's Latin. I don't pronounce this real well, but I'll give it a try. End of readers aside. Ut quiant laxis, resonare fibris, mira gestorum, famuli tuorum, solve polluti, labii riatum, sancte Johanna. To translate this, we would have to say, quote, "So that thy servants may sing with liberated vocal cords the wonders of thy works. Pardon the sins of the lips which have become earthly," one might say, which have become capable of speech. O St. John, close quote. It was to one who could hear the heavenly Jerusalem that men looked up in this connection. Let us extract certain things that lie hidden in such a verse. Ut, ut, parenthesis, this word was later replaced by do, close parenthesis, resonare, re, re, mira, mi, famuli, fa, solve, sol, labii, la, sjc. And so he's got do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, etc. So you find that do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, the names of the notes in medieval musical notation, have been carefully hidden in this verse. In such an instance, we can go back to what still lived in human minds right until the 11th or 12th centuries through atavistic clairvoyant cognition, and we see how it all disappears in the flood of materialistic views and passes out of the consciousness of men. But now we are living at a time when through spiritual knowledge we must find it again and recreate it. Everything points clearly to the way in which evolution has made a descent so deep that a swamp has formed. The muddy water of this morass is made up of all the ideas originating in a materialistic view of the world. And now we are about to struggle up again out of the swamp of materialism, to ascend and rediscover what mankind has lost in its descent. I have pointed out that, properly speaking, we do not sleep by night only, but that certain parts of our being also sleep by day. At night it is principally the thinking and feeling parts which sleep, while, during the day, it is more the willing and feeling parts which sleep. It is in this will sphere that we are submerged when we dive down with the ego into the astral body. And when we hear a musical work, what happens is that we consciously dive down with our ego into the part of us which is otherwise asleep. When you sit and listen to a symphony, the inner process which takes place is a dulling of your ordinary, everyday thought life, while you plunge with soul and spirit down into a region which otherwise sleeps during daytime consciousness. This brings about the connection between the effect of music and all the life-giving forces in the human organism, all that streams with living force through the whole human being, letting him grow together as one with the streaming volume of sounds. And at night we sleep. Then our ordinary thought life is dulled in an element which as yet is not present in our normal consciousness. But if we succeed in bringing into ordinary, everyday consciousness that which awakens when we sleep, if that in which we live when asleep dives down into our waking experience, then, just in contrast, I have just said that when we experience music, the ego's awareness dives down into a region which sleeps during the day. But when we submerge what we experience at night into the consciousness of daytime, then poetry arises. This is what people like Plato felt when they called poetry a, in quotes, divine dreaming. When we thus explore the connection that exists between man and the whole cosmos, which we can do to a certain extent under the guidance of art, we can bring a certain measure of life into what otherwise remains a mere skeleton of ideas. Please do realize that these things are not a mere skeleton. Some people take such pleasure in arranging what I have described in my book Theosophy in the pattern of a diagram. No doubt they thought it was from pure obstinacy that I deviated from the pattern of earlier theosophical teachings, when I described threefold organizations that are not separate but interlaced. But if these matters are approached through what one experiences and what is absolutely real, then even the nature of major and minor melodies will show that things are deeply rooted in the whole structure of the cosmos. Only when things are taken as living entities out of the whole structure of the cosmos do they correspond to a true reality. Of course, it was necessary in the beginning to say a number of things, the reasons for which have only appeared by degrees during the course of many years. This naturally involved the risk that people would start to criticize, because they did not know on what certain statements were based, nor how things of necessity present themselves when the whole structure of the cosmos is taken into consideration. This is still the case with many matters. Many things that are said now are open to numerous objections if they are approached with superficial ideas. But in the course of years, even decades, they will certainly be verified, and the knowledge gained through spiritual science will become fruitful as soon as it is no longer a theory, but a living experience. All depends upon the capacity to surmount the first ideas presented by the words physical body, etheric body, astral body, etc., so that these ideas can become alive. A real understanding of the universe radiates from this process of bringing to life. Those who are able to do this should now compare the kind of aesthetics that have come to the fore during the last century and a half with what can be learned from a knowledge of the human being in discovering the origin of the arts. Those who make this comparison will see that unless there is an understanding of the human organization, it is impossible to reach a real comprehension of what lives around us and gives us joy. I want to awaken in you a recognition of the fact that spiritual science is itself an initial impulse that will continue to grow and develop, that we are in a sense called upon to make the very first steps, and that we can imagine what these first steps will lead to long after we have laid aside our bodies in our present incarnation. The end of Lecture 2. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. As well, there are two publishing houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in London, that are the translators of Steiner into English and give me permission to record these lectures. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Art as Seen in the Light of Mystery Wisdom. 8 lectures given in Dornach. These are translated by Pauline Verla and Johanna Collis. This is Lecture 3, entitled Impulses of Transformation for Man's Artistic Evolution, second lecture of that, given in Dornach on the 30th of December 1914. We can obtain, maybe, the best survey of what ought to enter into our souls and hearts as a result of our efforts in spiritual science, if we turn our attention for a moment to the greater part of what I have dealt with in my book titled Occult Science and Outline. Leaving aside the introductory chapters, which are necessary as a preparation for the subject, we can begin with those chapters that introduce us to the being of man, his relation to birth and death, and his life in the spiritual worlds. After this comes a description of the great cosmic relationships, of course only in rough outlines. We are led through the transformations of our Earth before it became the Earth, through the Saturn, Sun, and Moon evolutions, leading up to our present Earth evolution. Then follows a sketch in the form of brief hints, giving us a glimpse of the future Jupiter, Venus, and Vulcan evolutions. Finally, instead of a more detailed description of the Jupiter, Venus, and Vulcan evolutions, we have an account of what must be undergone by the individual who wishes to set in motion within his being those inner soul experiences which must eventually lead him to initiation. These processes have been described in greater detail up to a certain stage in the book titled Knowledge of the Higher Worlds, How is it Achieved? It will become apparent that for us, spiritual science falls into 2 parts. In one part, we describe cosmic relationships. We describe how what we have before us today as the Earth and its beings, and as the rest of the cosmos, has been coming into existence out of the very, very distant past, and we describe the prospect of how it will develop further. If you review the many observations that we've made, you will see that a large part of them are, in a way, under the influence of what we take into ourselves concerning the development and coming into being of the cosmos. The other part of spiritual science is concerned for us with what the soul must do in order to enter the spiritual worlds, or, in other words, to reach initiation. It is these inner experiences, conquests, battles, redemptions, and achievements of the soul with which we are always concerned in this second sphere of observation. Our observations always belong essentially to one or other of these 2 spheres. Starting now with the first sphere of observations, we see that by describing the Saturn, Sun, and Moon evolutions up to the present Earth evolution, we are placing something in the world which is entirely contrary to both the religious and the scientific world concepts of today. Indeed, the modern world, for the most part, considers these descriptions to be absurd. It is quite natural that, to our modern minds, a description of a world order appropriate, for instance, to the conditions of the Saturn evolution, must appear too fantastic. The description of a cosmic order of this kind must appear to our present way of looking at things as absolute nonsense, as something that cannot exist, as the outcome of fantastic speculation. And this is just as true of the other parts of our portrayal. Now, bear in mind a remark that I have made here several times. The human being does not only sleep at night when his conscious thoughts and ideas are dulled, but a part of his being is also asleep during the day. At night it is more the life of concepts that is asleep, but during the day, in a part of our being, the life of the will is more asleep. The will sleeps in the depths of our bodily being, or at least a large part of the will sleeps thus. This sphere of our will is much more comprehensive than the part which we develop consciously. The latter is only a small part. We must say with complete assurance that in his ordinary daily consciousness, either at work or enjoying leisure, the human being is really, for the most part, a sleepwalker. A vast number of things take place within him unconsciously, and even a great part of what seems to be done consciously is in reality done half or more than half unconsciously. If we observe the human being exactly in what he does half or more than half unconsciously, then we may see with our spiritual eyes that during sleep he is not nearly so unbelieving as when awake. When awake, his modern view of the world prompts him to say, the description of the Saturn evolution in a book like Occult Science is pure and absolute nonsense. Of course, he must say this. But as a complete human being, he does not speak like this, for he carries within himself something through which he, if I may say so, knows unconsciously that there was once upon a time a Saturn existence. He does something which proves that he, in a certain way, unconsciously remembers this Saturn existence. He becomes an architect. Architecture would never have come into being if man did not now carry within himself the laws which were imprinted on his physical body during the ancient Saturn period. Yesterday we discussed how these laws in the physical body can be projected into the space outside, where they become the laws of architecture. Man mysteriously projects into the laws of architecture all that he took into his being during the ancient Saturn period. Obviously, he has to use such means as are at his disposal today. Accordingly, the present aspect of architecture is quite different from what we know of, in quotes, Saturn architecture. But the essential and living elements in our architectural activities stem from what was implanted in us during the ancient Saturn evolution. Let us enter still deeper into the matter which we thus place before our souls. What does the human being do when he becomes totally absorbed in the creativity of architecture, either as the architect or as the observer or admirer? He lives within the Saturn laws of his physical body. If he immerses himself entirely into the laws of architecture, he forgets all about the life of his etheric body, his astral body, and his ego. He becomes once more a Saturn man. All the impressions produced by architecture, its austerity, its chaste proportions, its silence, which is yet so eloquent, result from the fact that, abandoning the higher members of his being, he immerses himself in what was given to him by the spirits of the higher hierarchies, the thrones and archai, who were active at the beginning of the Saturn period. It was mainly these two groups of higher spirits who were active then, assisted by the other beings belonging to the higher hierarchies. So when he creates or enjoys architecture, where it is a case of real art, of course, the human being really lifts himself not only out of the present earth existence, but also out of the more distant past, and places himself once more into the period of Saturn existence. Let us now pass on to sculpture. Yesterday we saw that the laws of sculpture are the laws of the etheric body, which have been pressed down one step into the physical body. Just as that which lives in the physical body, when compelled into the space outside, becomes architecture, so sculpture appears when what lives in the etheric body is made to descend into the physical body. In enjoying sculpture, we abandon the astral body, the ego, and all the higher members of our being, living as though we had only the physical body, and in the physical body, an expression of the etheric body. In such a condition, we are once more participants of the ancient sun condition. All that the ancient sun evolution planted in us reappears when we enjoy or create works of sculpture. On the one hand, these works appear so congenial to us because they give us back our own very distant past, which is still creative within us, our sun period. And on the other hand, they are so smooth and cold in their marble because what rays out to us from them is like light coming to us from the far distances of the cosmos. Now let us pass on to painting. We know that painting comes about when the inner impulses of the astral body are pressed down into the etheric body. In painting, we abandon the ego and live as though we were only in the astral, but were pressing it down into the etheric body. We experience ourselves in all that the ancient moon evolution has implanted in us, this being our inner astral nature as human being. Painting is, as it were, the outward projection of this inner astral nature of ours. Just as we experience in our astral nature sorrow or joy, things that affect or impress us, whatever fate brings us, so do we experience what the painter conjures upon the canvas for us, which is a reflection of our own inner astral being. If you try to enter a little into what is described in Untitled Occult Science as the Saturn, Sun, and Moon evolutions, you will discover that an architectural mood underlies the description of the Saturn evolution. A sculptural mood underlies the description of the Sun evolution, and a pictorial mood underlies the description of the Moon evolution. An attempt was made to express these moods by choosing suitable words. The presentation of occult events definitely requires more than the current literary equipment of today. It would be an entire misconception of the style of an occult description to believe that it could be achieved by the dreadful literary devices of our time. We now come to the Earth evolution. Here we are in the immediate present, in the reality appointed for us. What we experience here, we do not immediately feel the need to place before ourselves in the form of art. But the need the human being feels of projecting his inner life outward in the form of an art is not exhausted by, as it were, recreating his cosmic past in architecture, sculpture, and painting out of the memory implanted in him. Our need for art progresses further, and we can find the spiritual foundation for this if we turn again to the book Occult Science. After the descriptions of the Saturn, Sun, Moon, and Earth evolutions, and after the brief outline of the future Jupiter, Venus, and Vulcan evolutions, we come to the description of the processes of initiation, which are essentially at first inner human processes. These initiation processes are, in the form in which we encounter them today, the beginning of important changes for the life of human beings on Earth and for the whole of future humanity. Is it not so that our deeper experience of the life of humanity on earth is expressed in the words, "Alas, in so far as man is consciously aware, during life on earth, he appears to be but an orphan in the cosmos, a child abandoned by the cosmos, or even a traveler who has lost his way in the cosmos." For his everyday waking consciousness, man does not know the origin of what lives in him as a result of the Saturn, Sun, and Moon evolutions. Nor does he know what will become of him in the Jupiter, Venus, and Vulcan evolutions. Knowing neither his origin nor his future, he wanders about at the edge of the abyss that bounds our earthly valley. Sometimes his consciousness may give him a feeling of assurance, or he may feel secure as to his future. Nevertheless, neither the past nor the future can be determined objectively and competently by man on earth. But something capable of giving him clear guidance in his life will appear before his soul. This will come about when man makes himself acquainted with the guidelines given him in the laws of initiation. Initiation in ancient times took the form of a kind of inheritance left to men by the gods, which manifested itself as atavistic clairvoyance. But in the course of our progress toward the future, it must take hold of man more and more firmly and actually shape his inner soul life. The path to initiation has two sides. The one side leads man to discover the secrets, the riddles of life, so that he can enter into the spiritual experience of existence. The other side may be called the more subjective side of initiation, that takes place more within the soul itself. It is at the same time the side from which men shrink the most, because it presents in fact something which does not fit in with the comfortable indolence of experience to which the soul so easily yields or wants to yield. An extremely wide and detailed range of inner experiences awaits the one who is to be gradually led by his inner experience to initiation. Conquest and liberation, hindrance and redemption alternate in manifold ways with inner experience on the way to initiation. One goes through everything the soul experiences when it suddenly feels it has become an entire stranger to itself, as though it had been cast into an abyss where it cannot help feeling that it is eternally lost and can never recover anything which it may have acquired during any lifetime. It may feel an unlimited dismay and grief at the loss of the existence already won. Then the soul may feel itself forced into complete fragmentation, as though it must disintegrate into an endless multiplicity and dissolve into all the beings out of which the cosmos is composed. Further, the soul may feel itself wandering through the beings of the cosmos, becoming akin to one of them, then leaving it again and becoming akin to another, in the way I have described it in my book titled The Threshold of the Spiritual World. In the part dealing with experiences that are always attended by painful privations, painful loneliness, as they are passed through one by one. Then comes the experience of the most radical transformation of all, when the soul must decide to undergo what can be expressed with the words, "Now you must lose yourself for a while. You must thrust yourself away from yourself. But you must have faith that while you are losing yourself, while you are thrusting yourself away from yourself, beings reposing in the wide expanses of the divine hierarchies will protect you, will cause you to find yourself again after you have lost yourself." This is the passage through births and deaths. This is to be undergone among the inner experiences which lead to initiation. At last comes the awful passage through all the forces which are not necessary for life on earth. but which are necessary for the life of the extraterrestrial cosmos, and which become the forces of evil when they are brought without justification into the life of the earth by Lucifer or Ahriman. It is the dreadful passage through the forces of evil, together with all the disruptive, devouring, engulfing forces they represent throughout the cosmos. And finally, man passes through a stage when he ought to feel himself to be only an instrument, a tool through which the spiritual beings speak. He becomes symbolically what his larynx is as a single organ. He becomes the larynx of the divine spiritual beings. He feels himself to be resting in the all-powerful divine world. And then, at last, a condition will be reached in the future, in which this feeling emerges into sharing the experience of the divine will, working in the cosmos itself. Only single stages have been described here, but the grades of experience through which the soul passes are infinite. Entitled Knowledge of the Higher Worlds, How is it Achieved? And more descriptively entitled The Threshold of the Spiritual World, you will find set forth, as far as is necessary for the present time, how the soul is able to adjust itself to all these states, and how at each stage it advances one step further into the spiritual world. All that the soul passes through on the path to initiation is consciously undergone and consciously experienced. This is why this path of knowledge is so beset with pain, and yet so full of liberation. But long, long before the human being enters consciously into all that I have described to you as the stages of the path to initiation, he is able to express these experiences in his own way, in pictures, and this is done through music. In the last analysis, genuine music is essentially a process of life, taking its course in tones, which is an eternal picture of what the soul experiences consciously in initiation. If he remains in the everyday sphere, the human being cannot at once accomplish what we described yesterday as the submerging of the ego in the astral body. To submerge the ego in the astral body in the right way is to enter into the divine world, and this is the passage through initiation. A picture of this is given to us in the processes we perceive in musical compositions. When he surrenders himself to musical creativity, either as the composer or the listener, the human being abandons his ego. He pushes it back. But at the same time, he surrenders it to those divine spiritual powers who are to work upon his astral body when he has ascended to existence on Jupiter. Please observe how we are entering upon a consideration of the creative art of music, which links us with the future of mankind. It is almost, one feels, lacking in modesty to say that musical creativity is called upon to perfect itself more and more in the world, to become continually more profound, and that the musical creativity that has entered into our world so far is still more or less at the experimental stage, even though so much greatness and so much genius has already been involved. So far we have made attempts at what will be infinitely more meaningful in the musical creativity of the future. And this musical art of the future will be most significantly stimulated when human beings begin to engage in learning to know the inner nature of the path of initiation. When one day what can be described concerning the path of initiation will no longer be experienced by human beings as it is today, but will be experienced in such a way that the description of what the soul must feel will cause human beings to go through bliss and bitter disappointment, when the knowledge that can be gained by reading about the path of initiation has become a complete inner experience, only then will it be possible for human souls to be so deeply moved through their participation in the destinies of all those beings who take part in the events of the cosmos outside the human realm, that they will feel within themselves the shocks, privations, and liberation that will impel the soul to express in tonal relationships what is experienced through the description of the path of initiation. In time to come, there will be individuals who will feel what is described as the path of initiation. They will feel that things which are put before us in such an apparently abstract way can be intensely experienced, much more intensely than is the case with our outward physical experience. Then a moment will come when those who are able to experience the truth of what is described as the path of initiation will say to themselves, "Now I feel that what I am experiencing does not connect me with the realm of nature that surrounds me on the earth, but with all that lives and weaves in the cosmos. Not only can I experience all this, but I am able to sing it, to set it to music." In what can thus be described, we have an indication of what spiritual science is to become for human beings. Spiritual science must be a living stimulus for the human soul. It should be more than mere theory, mere understanding, mere knowledge. Spiritual science must live in the soul, taking hold of all its powers, transforming the human being into another being. Or vice versa. The human being must transform himself into another being when he becomes devoted to spiritual science. In ancient times, even in the case of the Greeks who were sun men, an atavistic clairsentience led men to abandon their astral and their ego beings completely, and only to express the laws of the physical human form created during the Saturn and Sun evolutions. Thus Greek statues were made, those works of sculpture that really stand before our physical eyes, as the mankind of the Sun evolution must stand before our spiritual eyes, when we understand that the human being of that period consisted only of the physical human body, which contained within it the living etheric forces, but not as yet the astral. Indeed, a work of Greek art, such as the Venus of Milo, stands before us as the personification of absolute chastity, since unchastity is only possible in the astral body, in all that permeates the astral body as passion and desire. Unchastity is not yet possible in the etheric body. It was a heritage from the gods bestowed upon men which caused them to create such works of art. The human being has lost this ability to feel himself within the etheric and physical bodies alone, without the ego or the astral body. When he awakes and submerges his ego and his astral body into his etheric and physical bodies, he feels and experiences only what is present in his ego. Even the processes in the astral body are in the subconscious realm, and he has no inner knowledge at all of what takes place in the etheric and physical bodies. The ancient Greeks were still dimly aware of all this. But today, when we seek to bring spiritual knowledge to life once more within ourselves, and cause it to embrace not only our abstract and theoretical thoughts, but also the whole of our soul life, we gradually penetrate the different members of our being and learn to know what permeates our astral and etheric bodies in rhythmical and harmonious cycles. Then we become able to follow with the soul the etheric forces which pulsate through the body and through space, calling forth forms out of the etheric. An attempt of this kind was made in the creation of the columns and architraves in our Goetheanum building. It was a diving down into the spheres made accessible to us by spiritual science, which have been forgotten by mankind. In this we must indeed take deeply seriously what spiritual science can mean to us. You can glean from all that has so far been said about spiritual science that when we enter consciously into the spiritual world, and one must enter the spiritual world consciously, in other words, when, with understanding, we give form to what lives in the etheric world and in the human etheric body, and wish to enjoy what we have thus formed, then we must inevitably make the acquaintance of those beings which are called the Luciferic and Ahrimanic spirits. Now, consider how much of what we create today has an Ahrimanic character. You will remember what I have said with regard to our modern technical environment, and of course we cannot do otherwise than use modern technical methods in our work. If we wished to do without them, we would produce the equivalent of hothouse plants. So it afforded me a certain satisfaction that we were able to use concrete, one of the most modern building materials, for part of our building here. For progress consists not in shutting oneself off, as in a hothouse, from the life around one, but in using what is offered by it. By grasping the spiritual nature of the world through spiritual science, we try to use modern materials in such a way that what we know through spiritual science finds a living expression in them. Of course, this is only possible up to a certain point, and you will understand why this is so when you perceive all the implications of what has been said about the technical environment. For it is not possible to separate technical methods from Ahrimanic forces. For instance, if we wish to create something in architecture or sculpture for ourselves. Thus it was a difficult task to take what of necessity had an Ahrimanic nature in our building, and as it were banish it from the building as something rendered harmless. It really was a difficult task, for we know that the Ahrimanic element is inseparable from modern technology. For a while it seemed that Ahriman would easily gain the upper hand. Then we should have been compelled to incorporate into our main building all the technical equipment necessary for running it. As a result, Ahriman would have been permanently installed within the building. We had to think of a way of excluding the Ahrimanic forces from the building, and the only possibility was to take the boiler house out and make it a separate unit. This has been done, as you can see for yourselves, and with great success. It has been possible to create in the most modern building material forms that truly express the following. Here, near the building, but outside it, stands the part that must not be included in it, though it must be present outside. And the material out of which it has been formed represents an architectural structure that is truly in keeping with spiritual scientific knowledge. It was of immense importance that this should be achieved, particularly as the most modern building materials were employed. For if you look more deeply into what I have written about spiritual science, taking in this case the last chapter titled The Portal of Initiation, you will find expressed there the fact that Lucifer and Ahriman are at their most harmful when they are not seen, when they remain invisible. Let us suppose that somebody is tormented by Ahrimanic forces. What would be the best remedy? The best remedy would be for him to have some kind of picture made of Ahriman which he could place in his room. The best remedy against an astral being which torments one is to place it before oneself in a physical form. It is incorrect to suppose that if we have Ahriman before us, we will be persecuted by him. The contrary is true. Things must be made visible. But we must not let the matter get on our nerves. We must not develop a condition in which, if we happen to pass by the picture of Ahriman and look at it unconsciously, we then carry the image within ourselves. For this image will then be invisible inside us, thus making us nervous or excited. You will also see, if you study our Ahrimanic chimney, along with the whole boiler house, how it is indeed possible to make an architectural structure of what belongs, one might say, to the most blatant elements of our Ahmanic civilization in our time. Certain defects of this civilization will not vanish until mankind resolves to give architectural form to the things that concern the Ahrimanic elements of our civilization. Apart from all else, apart from our having a building for our own purposes, it is simply important that the first step should be taken in relating our present culture to art, and in relating spiritual science to our present culture. Our boiler house is a first small step in this direction and will lead, it is hoped, to the solution of other problems later. One enormous problem, for instance, would be to find a suitable form for the modern railway station, for the horrors and abominations which perform that function today are a contradiction of all decent human requirements. In its entire form, our boiler house is not only suited to its specific purpose, but also corresponds to the whole relationship of Ahriman to our building. In the same way, the form of a railway station must correspond to what happens through it, with it, and in it, within the framework of our modern civilization. Such things as these should indicate the way in which spiritual science can provide inspiration for artistic creativity and for many other fields. And we may rest assured, if we enter into the true sense and spirit of what is to develop for us out of spiritual science, that one day when human beings immerse themselves in the nature of the Saturn condition, then the deeper laws of architecture will reveal themselves. And if people immerse themselves in the nature of the Sun condition, the deeper laws of sculpture will reveal themselves. And if they immerse themselves in the nature of the Moon condition, then the deeper relationships between form and color and the nature of chiaroscuro will become apparent, creating inspiration for the art of painting. And from the description of the path of initiation will spring inspirations and intuitions for the creation of music, and yet further for the creation of poetry. Then the time will come when poetic creativity in the true sense of the word will reappear in the world. For poetic creativity has to a certain extent died away. The, in quotes, divine dreams incorporated in the work of the true poets were the last vestiges of the ancient heritage from the gods. But a time must come when, out of an understanding of the mysteries of initiation, poets will speak in dramatic or epic or lyric poetry about those intimate processes which take place in the soul when the human being is not alone with himself, but lives together with the gods of the higher hierarchies. In the not-too-distant future, people will be saying, "Stop bothering me with your perpetual jingles about men's experiences in the physical world. Your daily routine of love and hate and enjoyment is your own affair. It is about what they experience together with the gods when they have found their way outside earthly experience that men will sing in their music and in their dramas, epics, and lyrical poems. For we know that all men's experiences with the extraterrestrial world must be brought into these arts through true creativity that is not involved in everyday life. We have now seen what impulses of transformation lie in the knowledge brought to us by spiritual science, even in the field of artistic appreciation. And we have now seen how, if we enter into spiritual scientific knowledge, we can dimly perceive the forces which must reign over the spiritual culture of future humanity. Indeed, we may believe that without achieving a profound inner transformation, nobody can really make contact with spiritual science. And we may believe that spiritual science is something which can grasp man in a deeply inward way, leading beyond the narrow connections of physical life alone. If we bear in mind this ideal of spiritual science, if we bear in mind that spiritual science can lead out into a sphere that is different from ordinary experience, then it is always an event of immense significance to see somebody within the spiritual scientific movement really igniting within himself the spark that leads him out of and beyond the narrow limits of ordinary personal experience. In a way, the only joyful experience which is so far made possible for us through the spiritual scientific movement is that as a result of this movement, individuals can appear among us who really find their way out of their personal sphere, into those spheres where the personal element ceases to exist. In our everyday life, we must, of course, cultivate the personal element. But insofar as we are together as students of spiritual science, all personal willing and feeling is changed into something impersonal if we take hold of spiritual science in the right way. And every victory over personal feelings and over the weight of personal feelings and over the weight of personal matters in life is of immense significance and value. But on the other hand, it is one of the bitterest disappointments if something that is striven for in spiritual science with a will that is purely spiritual becomes entangled again in the merely personal will and purpose of human beings. And if personal matters begin to play a role within a society whose object is to unite us in striving for spiritual scientific knowledge. I shall not elaborate on these concluding remarks or go into more detail, because I believe that there are a good many among you who will perhaps understand much of what is meant by them, who will understand that they were intended as an indication of a number of things that are satisfactory and a number that are disappointing. Today, having tried for a while to walk together along a path of spiritual science, it is good to think about these things for a moment. For there are various reasons why we should reflect and ask ourselves to what extent our own soul is participating in the sincere and honest effort to achieve the spiritual purposes which are nourished by the current of spiritual science. What a superb perspective unfolds before us when we say life, science, religion, and also art can receive impulses of transformation from spiritual science when it is truly understood. In the case of the pictorial and plastic arts, the impulses come from what we learn in spiritual spheres about the past. And in the case of the arts involving music and speech, the impulses come from that which we are striving for inwardly in order to be able to approach the future. This perspective is so immense and so powerful that we cannot bring enough realization to bear on it in order to make it more intensely clear to ourselves. And the more we succeed in making clear to ourselves the inner mood resulting from this vision, the better we shall be as true members of that great organism known to us as spiritual science, an organism which is small today, but which has within it great possibilities. With this today, I not only want to appeal to your reason and your understanding, but I also want to sow it as a seed in your souls and in your hearts. The end of Lecture 3. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. As well, there are two publishing houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in London, who are the sole translators of Steiner into English and have given me permission to record these lectures. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Art, as Seen in the Light of Mystery Wisdom, Collected Works, Volume 275, translated by Pauline Verla and Joanna Collis. This is Lecture 4, entitled Cosmic New Year, given in Dornach on the 31st of December, 1914. Our end-of-year festival will begin with Frau Dr. Steiner giving us a recitation of the beautiful Norwegian legend of Olaf Asteson, of whom we are told that at the approach to Christmas he fell into a kind of sleep which lasted for 13 days, the 13 holy days that we have explored in various ways. In the course of this sleep he had significant experiences that he was able to narrate when he awoke. During these past days, we have examined various things that make us aware that the spiritual scientific outlook gives us a new approach to an understanding of gems of wisdom, which in past times people realized belonged to spiritual worlds. Time and again, we shall encounter this prehistoric knowledge of the spiritual worlds in one instance or another. And we shall continually be reminded that what was known in former ages, what was due to the fact that the human being was so organized at that time, that he had the kind of relationship with the whole of the cosmos and its happenings that we would now call being immersed with his human microcosm in the laws or the activities of the macrocosm, and that in this process of immersion in the macrocosm, he was able to experience things that deeply concern the life of his soul, but which are hidden from him as long as he lives as a microcosm on the physical plane, and is equipped only with a knowledge given him by his senses and an intellect bound to the senses. We know that only a materialistic outlook can believe that man is the only being in the world, order, equipped with thinking, feeling, and willing, whereas a spiritual point of view must acknowledge that just as there are beings below the human level, there are also beings above the human stage of thinking, feeling, and willing. The human being can live his way into these beings when, as microcosm, he immerses himself in the macrocosm. However, in this case, we should have to speak of the macrocosm not only as a macrocosm of space, but as if the course of time were of significance in cosmic life. Just as, in order to kindle the light of the Spirit within him, when he wants to descend into the depths of his own soul, man has to shut himself off from all the impressions his environment can make on his senses, and has, as it were, to create darkness round him by closing off his sense perception. Likewise, the spirit we can call the spirit of the earth has to shut off from the impressions of the rest of the cosmos. The outer cosmos has to have least effect on the earth spirit, if the earth spirit is to be able to concentrate its forces within. For then the secrets will be discovered that man has to discover in conjunction with the earth spirit, because the earth has been separated as earth from the cosmos. The time when the outer macrocosm exercises the greatest effect on the earth is the time of the summer solstice, midsummer. And many accounts of olden times connected with festive presentations and rituals remind us that festivals like these take place at the height of summer, that in the midst of summer the soul, in letting go the ego and merging with the life of the macrocosm, surrenders in a state of intoxication to the impressions from the macrocosm. On the other hand, the legendary or other kind of presentations of that which could be experienced in olden times remind us that when impressions from the macrocosm have least effect on the earth spirit, concentrated within itself, experiences within the eternal all the secrets of the earth's life of soul, and that if man enters into this experience at the point of time when the macrocosm sends least light and warmth to the earth, he learns the most holy secrets. This is why the days around Christmas were always kept so sacred, because whilst man's organism was still capable of sharing in the experience of the earth, man could meet the spirit of the earth during the point of time when it was most concentrated. Olaf Asteson, Olaf, the son of earth, experiences various secrets of the cosmic all, whilst he is transported into the macrocosm during the 13 shortest days. And the Nordic legend, which has recently been extricated from old accounts, tells of these experiences Olaf Asteson had between Christmas and New Year up till the 6th January. We often have reason to remember this former manner in which the microcosm took part in the macrocosm, and we can then take these things further. First of all, however, let us hear the legend of Olaf Asteson, the Earth Son, who, during the time in which we are now, experienced the secrets of cosmic existence in his meeting with the Earth Spirit. Let us listen to these experiences. The Dream Song, number 1. Come, listen to my song, the song of a nimble youth. Of Olaf Asteson will I sing, who lay and sleep so long. Number 2. He laid him down on Christmas Eve, and soon lay deeply sleeping. Nor could he awaken until the people went to church upon the 13th day. Of Olaf Asteson will I sing, who lay and slept so long. He laid him down on Christmas Eve, and he slept long indeed. He could not awaken until the bird was on the wing upon the 13th day. Of Olaf Asteson will I sing, who lay and slept so long. Olaf could not awaken until the sun shone o'er the peaks upon the 13th day. Then saddled he his nimble horse, and rode in haste to the church. Of Olaf Asteson will I sing, who lay and slept so long. The priest was at the altar, reading Holy Mass, when Olaf alighted at the gate, to tell the many dreams that had passed through his soul when he did sleep so long. Of Olaf Asteson will I sing, who lay and slept so long. Then old and young they all gave heed, to Olaf's words they hearkened, that told them of his dreams. Of Olaf Asteson will I sing, who lay and slept so long. Number 3. I laid me down on Christmas Eve, and soon lay deeply sleeping, nor could I awaken before the people went to church upon the 13th day. The moon shone bright, and all the paths led far away. I was borne up into the clouds, thrown down to the ocean's depths, and whosoever will follow after, good cheer he will not find. The moon shone bright, and all the paths led far away. I was borne up into the clouds, then hurled into murky swamps, and I saw the horrors of hell, and also heaven's light. The moon shone bright, and all the paths led far away. I had to go through deep, dark clefts, where heaven's rivers rushed and roared. The power to see them was not mine, yet I could hear their roaring. The moon shone bright, and all the paths led far away. My coal-black horse he did not neigh, nor did my good hounds bark. The bird of morning did not sing, for a wonder lay on all. The moon shone bright, and all the paths led far away. I had to travel in spirit land, through stretch on stretch of thorny heath. My scarlet mantle was torn to shreds, the nails of my feet likewise. The moon shone bright, and all the paths led far away. Then I came to the Gjallar Bridge, suspended in the wind-blown heights. Studded it is with rich red gold, and the nails thereon have sharp points. The moon shone bright, and all the paths led far away. The spirit snake he struck at me, the spirit hound bit me, and lo, the bull did bar the way. These are the 3 beasts of the bridge, most wicked are they all. The moon shone bright, and all the paths led far away. The hound, he is a snappish beast. The serpent waits to strike. The bull is ready to attack. And no one may pass o'er the bridge who will not honor truth. The moon shone bright, and all the paths led far away. I passed o'er the Gjallar bridge, on dizzy heights and narrow. I, who had waded in the swamps, behind me now they lie. The moon shone bright, and all the paths led far away. I had waded in the swamps. There seemed no foothold I could find as I passed o'er the Gjallar bridge. Earth did I feel within my mouth, as the dead who lie in their graves. The moon shone bright, and all the paths led far away. To the waters then I came. 'Twas where the icy masses gleamed, like unto flames of blue. And God did guide me in my steps, that I did not come close. The moon shone bright, and all the paths led far away. So I went on the wintry way, and saw on my right hand, like unto paradise it was, light shining far and wide. The moon shone bright, and all the paths led far away. God's holy mother then I saw, amidst most wondrous glory. Now take thy way to Bruksvallen, the place where souls are judged. The moon shone bright, and all the paths led far away. Number 4. In other worlds I tarried then, through many nights and long, and God alone can know the suffering I saw there. In Bruksvallen, where souls world judgment undergo. I could see a young man, who in life had killed a child. Now he must carry him always and stand in mud to his knee. In Bruksvallen, where souls world judgment undergo. Also I saw an old man wearing a cloak of lead. Thus was he punished, the miser on earth, in Bruksvallen, where souls world judgment undergo. And men appeared before me wearing apparel of fire. So does their dishonesty weigh on their poor souls. In Bruksvallen, where souls world judgment undergo. Children I also saw, glowing coals beneath their feet. In life they did their parents ill, now must their spirits feel it. In Bruksvallen, where souls world judgment undergo. And to a house I had to go, where witches toiled in blood. This was the blood of those who had enraged them whilst on earth. In Bruksvallen, where souls world judgment undergo. Now there came riding from the north wild hordes of evil spooks, led by the prince of hell. In Bruksvallen, where souls world judgment undergo. This horde riding from the north was the wickedest ever seen, and the prince of hell rode out in front, and he rode on his coal-black steed. In Bruksvallen, where souls world judgment undergo. Yet now came a host from the south, bringing holy calm, and at their head rode Saint Michael at the side of Jesu Christ. In Bruksvallen, where souls world judgment undergo. The souls weighed down by sin had to tremble in anguish and fear. Their tears ran down in streams to hear of their wicked deeds. In Bruksvallen, where souls world judgment undergo. Michael stood in majesty, and weighed the souls of men upon his heavenly scales. And near him, judging, stood the Lord of judgment, Jesu Christ. In Bruksvallen, where souls world judgment undergo. Number 5. Blessed is he who in earthly life gives shoes unto the poor. He does not need with naked feet to walk on the heath of thorn. Thus speaks the balance, and world truth sounds forth in spirit heights. Blessed is he who in earthly life unto the poor gave bread, for nothing of harm can come to him from the hounds of spirit land. Thus speaks the balance, and world truth sounds forth in spirit heights. Blessed is he who in earthly life gave corn unto the poor. The horns of the bull are no threat to him when he crosses the Gjallar bridge. Thus speaks the balance, and world truth sounds forth in spirit heights. Blessed is he who in earthly life unto the poor gives clothes. He need not fear the freezing wastes of ice in Bruksvallen. Thus speaks the balance, and world truth sounds forth in spirit heights. Number 6. And young and old they all gave heed, to Olaf's words they hearkened. They told them of his dreams. You have slept long indeed. Awaken now, O Olaf Asteson. End of quote. My dear friends, we have just heard how Olaf Asteson fell into a sleep that was to reveal to him the secrets of worlds that are hidden from the world of the senses and ordinary life on the physical plane. This legend brings us tidings of ancient knowledge and insight into the spiritual worlds, which we shall regain once more through what we call the spiritual scientific world outlook. You have often heard the words that are included in all proclamations concerning the human soul's entry into the spiritual world, namely that man beholds the spiritual world only when he experiences the gates of death and then enters into the elements. This means that the elements of earth existence do not surround him in the way they do in ordinary life on the physical plane, in the form of earth, water, air, and fire, but that he is lifted above this sensory exterior of the elements and enters into what these elements really are when you know their true nature, where beings exist that have a relationship with man's soul experience. We could feel that Olaf Asteson experienced something of this descent into the elements when we come to the part where Olaf reaches the Gjallar bridge and crosses over it onto the paths of the spiritual world that all led far away. What a vivid description we are given of his experience as he descends into the element of earth. It is described in such detail that he tells us he himself feels earth in his mouth, like the dead who lie in their graves. And then there is a clear indication of his going through the element of water, and of all that can be experienced in the watery element, when one also experiences its moral quality. Then he also indicates how man meets with the elements of fire and of air. All this is described in a wonderfully graphic way, and centered in the experience of the human soul meeting the secrets of the spiritual world. The legend was found at a later date. It was collected at a place where it lived orally among the people. Parts of the legend in their present form are no longer the same as in the original. No doubt the graphic description of the experiences in the earth realm originally came first, and then the experiences in the realm of water, and the experiences in the realms of air and of fire were no doubt far more differentiated than they are in the feeble after echo that we have today, and which was found centuries later. The conclusion was undoubtedly also much more impressive and less sentimental, for in its present form it does not in the least remind us of the sublime language of olden times, nor of the capacity to raise one onto a superhuman plane that used to exist in folk legends. The present conclusion merely moves on a human level, and the reason why it is moving is purely because of its connection with such deep secrets of the macrocosm and of human experience. If we rightly understand the season of the year in which we now are, we have a strong urge to remember the fact that humanity used to possess a knowledge, even if it was less defined and clear-cut, that has been lost and which has to be regained. And the question can arise in us that as we surely recognize today that that particular kind of knowledge has to return if mankind is to be made whole, then should we not consider it one of our most urgent tasks to do everything we can to bring knowledge like that into the culture of the present? Many things will have to happen in order for this change to come about in the right way, in what I would like to call the feeling content of man's world conception. One thing will be particularly necessary. I say one, for it is one among many, but you can only take one at a time. It will be essential for human souls to acquire, on the basis of our spiritual scientific world conceptual stream, reverence and devotion for what was known in ancient times in the old manner about the deep secrets of existence. People must arrive at the feeling that during the materialistic age they have neglected the development of this reverence and devotion. We must get the feeling of how dried out and empty this materialistic age is, and how proud of our intellectual knowledge mankind was in the first centuries of the fifth post-Atlantean epoch, in face of the revelations of ancient religion and knowledge handed down from former times, which, when approached with the necessary reverence, truly give us the feeling that they contain the most profound wisdom. Fundamentally speaking, we have no reverence for the Bible nowadays either. Disregarding the kind of atrocious modern research that tears the whole Bible to shreds, we have merely to look at the dry and empty way we approach the Bible today, armed, as it were, only with the knowledge of the senses and ordinary intellectual powers, and at the way we can no longer muster a feeling for the tremendous greatness of human perception that comes to meet us in some of its passages. I would like to refer to a passage from the second book of Moses, chapter 33, verse 18. Quote, "And Moses said to God, I beseech thee, show me thy glory. And the Lord said, I will make all my goodness pass before thee, and I will proclaim the name of the Lord before thee, and will be gracious to whom I will be gracious, and will show mercy on whom I will show mercy. But then the Lord said, Thou canst not see my face, for there shall no man see me and live. And the Lord said, Behold, there is a place by me, and thou shalt stand upon a rock. And it shall come to pass, while my glory passeth by, that I shall put thee in a cleft of the rock, and will cover thee with my hand while I pass by. And I will take away mine hand, and thou shalt see my back parts, but my face shall not be seen." Close quote. If you gather together various things we have taken up in our hearts and souls during the years we have been working with spiritual science, and then approach this passage, you can have the feeling that infinite wisdom is speaking to us there, and how in the materialistic age human ears are so deaf that they hear nothing of the infinitely deep wisdom that comes to us from this passage. I would like to take this opportunity to refer to you a booklet that has been published under the title Worte Moses by Brunn's Publishing Company in Minden, Westphalia, because certain things out of the 5 books of Moses have been translated better in this booklet than in other editions. Dr. Hugo Bergmann, the publisher of Worte Moses, has taken a lot of trouble over the interpretation. The fact that man, if he wants to penetrate to the spiritual world, has to acquire a totally different relation to the world than that which he has to the sense world, has often been stressed. Man has the sense world all about him. He looks at the sense world and sees it in its colors and forms and hears its sounds. The sense world is there, and we are in the midst of it, feeling its influence, perceiving it, and thinking about it. That is how we relate to the sense world. We are passive, and the sense world, as it were, works in its way into our souls. We think about the sense world and make mental images of it. Our relationship is quite different when we penetrate into the spiritual world. One of the difficulties consists in getting the right idea of what a person experiences when he enters the spiritual world. I have attempted to characterize some of these difficulties in my book titled Die Schwelle der geistigen Welt, the threshold of the spiritual world. We make mental images of the sense world and we think about it. If we go through all a person has to go through, if he wants to follow the path of initiation, something occurs that can be described like this. We ourselves relate to the beings of the higher hierarchies in the same way as the things around us relate to us. They make a mental image of us. They think us. We think the objects around us, the minerals, plants, and animals. They become our thoughts. Whereas we are the conceptions, thoughts, and perceptions of the spirits of the higher hierarchies. We become the thoughts of the angeloi, archangeloi, archai, and so on. They take us in the same way as we take in the plants, animals, and human beings. And we must feel their sheltering protection when we say, quote, the beings of the higher hierarchies think us. They make mental images of us. These beings of the higher hierarchies take hold of us with their souls. Close quote. In fact, we can actually picture that when Olaf Asteson fell asleep, he became a mental image of the spirits of the higher hierarchies. And in the course of his sleep, these beings of the higher hierarchies experienced what the beings of the earth spirit were experiencing. These are, of course, a plurality for us. And when Olaf Asteson sinks back into the physical world, he remembers what the spirits of the higher hierarchies experienced in him. Let us imagine for a moment that we are setting out on the path of initiation. How can we relate to the spiritual world, which is a host of spiritual beings of the higher hierarchies, into which we wish to enter? How can we relate to them? We can appeal to them and say, quote, how can we enter into you? How do you reveal yourselves to us? Close quote. And then, when we have acquired an understanding of the different kind of relationship the human soul has to the higher worlds, there will sound forth to us, as it were, from the spiritual worlds, quote, you cannot perceive the spiritual world the same way as you perceive the sense world. The way the sense world appears before you and impinges on your senses. We must think you, and you must feel yourself in us. You must feel the kind of experience in you which a thought you think in the sense world would have if it could experience itself within you. You must surrender yourself to the spiritual world. Then the beings of the higher hierarchies, who can reveal themselves to you, will enter into you. This will stream into your soul and live within it, bringing grace, in the same way as you live in your thoughts when you think about the sense world. If the spiritual world wishes to favor you and have compassion on you, it will fill you with its love. Close quote. But you must not imagine that you can approach spiritual beings in the same way as you approach the sense world. Just as Moses had to creep into the cave, you must go into the cave of the spiritual world. You have to put yourself there. Like a thought lives in you, you must be taken up into the life of the spiritual beings. You yourself must live as a universal thought in the macrocosm. To have experiences there of your own accord is not possible during earthly life between birth and death, but only after you have passed through death. No one can experience the spiritual world in this way before he has died. Yet the spiritual world can come close to you, bless you, and fill you with its love. And if after or whilst you are within the spiritual world, you develop your earthly consciousness, the spiritual world will shine into this consciousness. Just as When an object is outside us, we confront it, and when it enters our consciousness, it is inside us. The soul of man is within the cave of the spiritual world. The spiritual world passes through him. Here, man confronts things. When man enters the spiritual world, the beings of the higher hierarchies are behind him. There, he cannot see their face, just as a thought cannot see our face when it is within us. Our face is in front, and the thoughts are behind, so they cannot see our face. The whole secret of initiation is concealed in the words, quote, Jehovah speaks to Moses. Quote, and Moses said to God, I beseech thee, show me thy glory. And the Lord said, I will make all my goodness pass before thee, and I will proclaim the name of the Lord before thee, and will be gracious to whom I will be gracious, and will show mercy on whom I will show mercy. Close quote. Continue. But then the Lord said, Thou canst not see my face, for there shall no man see me and live. Close quote. Initiation does indeed bring you to the gate of death. And the Lord said, quote, Behold, there is a place by me, and thou shalt stand upon a rock. And it shall come to pass, while my glory passeth by, that I shall put thee in a cleft of rock, and will cover thee with my hand while I pass by. And I will take away mine hand, and thou shalt see my back parts, but my face shall not be seen. Close quote. It is the opposite of the way we perceive the sense world. You must muster a lot of the spiritual scientific effort you have developed over the years in order to encounter a revelation like this with the right hand of reverence and devotion. Then human souls will gradually acquire more and more of this feeling of reverence toward these revelations. And this reverence, this devotion, is among the many things we need in order that the change we have been speaking of can come about in mankind's spiritual culture. The time when the macrocosm sends down least influence to the earth, the days from Christmas over New Year until roughly the 6th of January, can be a suitable time not only for remembering the facts of spiritual knowledge, but also for remembering the feelings we have to develop as we take up spiritual science. We are really and truly taken up again into the life of the spirit of the earth, together with whom we form a whole, and in which ancient clairvoyant knowledge lived, as this legend of Olaf Asteson shows us. Humanity in the materialistic age has in many ways lost this reverence and devotion for spiritual life. It is most essential to see to it that this reverence and devotion come back, for without them we shall not develop the mood to approach spiritual science in the right way. Unfortunately, the mood with which spiritual science is approached to start with is still the same mood we have for ordinary science. A thorough change will have to come about in this respect. Having lost the understanding for the spiritual world, mankind has also lost the proper relation to the being of man, to humanity. The materialistic world conception produces chaotic feelings about universal existence. These chaotic feelings about the world and humanity were bound to come in the age of materialism. Think of a time, and this is our time, the first centuries of the fifth post-Atlantean cultural epoch, when people no longer had any real awareness that the being of man is threefold: a bodily nature, soul, and spirit. For it really is like that. The threefold nature of man, which to us is one of the basic elements of spiritual science, was something that people did not have the slightest notion of from the first 4 centuries of the fifth post-Atlantean cultural epoch right into our time. Man was just man, and any talk of membering his being in the way we do into body, soul, and spirit was considered complete nonsense. You might imagine that these things are valuable only in the sphere of knowledge, but that is not so. They are important not only as knowledge, but for the whole manner in which man faces life. In the 4th century of modern times, or as we say in our language, during the 5th post-Atlantean cultural period, 3 great words came to the fore in which people saw, or at least endeavored to see, the essence of human striving on earth. Important though these words are, what made them significant was the fact that they appeared at a time when mankind knew nothing of the threefold nature of man. Everyone heard of liberty, equality, and fraternity. It was a profound necessity that these words were heard at a certain time in modern civilization. People will only really understand these words when the threefold membering of the human being is understood. Because until then they will not realize the significance of these words. They will not realize the significance these words can have with regard to man's real being. Whilst these words are being approached with the sort of chaotic feelings that are engendered by the thought that man is man, and the threefold membering of man is nonsense, human beings will find no guidance in these 3 words. For the 3 words as they stand cannot be directly applied to one and the same level of human experience. They cannot be. Simple considerations, which do not perhaps occur to you because they seem too simple for such weighty matters, can go to show that if they are taken on the same level, what these 3 words mean can come into serious conflict. Let us start by looking at the realm where we find fraternity in its most natural form. Take human blood relationship, the family, where there is no need to instill brotherly love because it is inborn. And just think how it warms the heart to see real genuine brotherhood among a family, to see everyone united in a brotherly way. And yet, without losing any of the wonderful feeling we can have about this brotherly love, let us have a look at what can happen to a family fraternity just because of this brotherliness. Brotherliness is justified within a family, yet a member of a family can be made unhappy by it, and can long to get away from it because he feels he cannot develop his own soul within the family fraternity, and must leave it in order to develop in freedom. So we see that freedom, the unfolding in freedom of the life of the soul, can come into conflict with even the best meant brotherliness. Obviously, a superficial person could maintain that it is not proper brotherliness if it does not agree with a person's freedom, but people can say anything they like. No doubt they can say that everything agrees with everything else. I recently saw a thesis in which one of the articles that had to be proved was that a triangle is a quadrangle. You can, of course, plead for a thing like that. You can even prove exactly that a triangle is a quadrangle, and you can also fully prove that fraternity and freedom are compatible. But that is not the point. The point is that for the sake of freedom, many a realm of brotherliness has to be, and in fact is, forsaken. We could give further examples of this. If we wanted to count up the discrepancies between fraternity and equality, it would take us a long time. Obviously, we can say in abstracto that everything can be equal, and can show that fraternity and equality are compatible. But if we take life seriously, it is not a question of abstractions, but of looking at reality. The moment we realize that the human being has a bodily nature that lives on the physical plane, a soul nature that actually lives in the soul world, and a spiritual nature that lives in the spiritual world, we have the right perspective for the connection between these profound words. Brotherliness is the most important ideal for the physical world. Freedom is for the soul world. And insofar as man enters into the realm of the soul, we ought to speak of the freedom of the soul, that is, of the kind of social conditions that fully guarantee the soul its freedom. If we bear in mind that in order to develop the spirit and enter spirit land, we, that is, each one of us, has to strive for spirit knowledge from our own point of view, We shall soon see where we would get with our spiritual conceptions if each one of us only went his own way, and we all filled ourselves with a different content. As human beings, we can only find one another in life if we seek the Spirit, each one for himself, yet can arrive at the same spiritual content. We can speak of the equality of spiritual life. We can speak of fraternity on the physical plane. And with regard to everything that has to do with the laws of the physical plane and which affects the human soul from the physical plane. Liberty with regard to all that comes to expression in the soul in the ways of laws of the soul world. Equality with regard to everything that comes to expression in the soul in the way of laws of the spirit land. So you see, a cosmic new year must come about, where there will be a sun that will increase in power to give warmth and to radiate light. A sun that must bring light-filled warmth to many a thing that lived on during the age of darkness, yet was not understood. It is characteristic of our time that many a thing is striven for and expressed in words, yet is not understood. This too can bring us to feel reverence and devotion for the spiritual world. For if we ponder on the fact that many people strove for fraternity, liberty, and equality in the 4th century of the 5th post-Atlantean epoch, and uttered these words without understanding them properly, it is possible for us to see an answer to the question, quote, where did these words come from? Close quote. The divine, spiritual, universal order implanted them into the human soul at a time when we did not understand them, in order that key words of this kind might lead us on to true universal understanding. We can notice the wise guidance in world evolution, even in things like this. We can observe this guidance everywhere, whether in past ages or in more recent times, observing that often we do not notice until afterward that something we did previously was actually wiser than the wisdom we had at our command at the time. I drew attention to this at the very beginning of my book titled The Spiritual Guidance of Man. However, if you look, for instance, at the fact that in world evolution, in the evolution of man, a part is played by directional words that can only gradually be understood, you might be reminded of an image we can use when we want to characterize this period of the 5th post-Atlantean cultural epoch that is drawing to a close. In many respects, it can really be compared with the season of Advent, where the periods of daylight grow shorter and shorter. And now in our time, when we can begin to have knowledge of revelations of the spiritual worlds again, evolution is entering the phase that we can picture as the days growing longer and longer, and we can speak of this season really being comparable to the 13 days and to the time of increasing daylight. But it goes deeper than this. It would be absolutely wrong if we were only to find bad things to say of the materialistic age of the past 4 centuries. Modern times were ushered in by the great discoveries and inventions that are called great in the materialistic age, sailing round the world, for instance, discovering lands that were not previously known and starting to colonize the earth. That was the beginning of materialistic civilization. And then the time gradually came when people were almost stifled by materialistic civilization. The time arrived when all our spiritual forces were applied to understanding and grasping material life. Insights, understanding, and visions of the spiritual world, existing in ancient knowledge, were forgotten more and more, as we have seen. Yet it is wrong to have nothing but bad things to say about this age. It would be far better to put it this way. Quote, the human soul has been thinking materialistically and founding a materialistic science and culture in the part of it that is awake. But this human soul is a totality. Close quote. If I wanted to put it schematically, I could say that one part of the human soul founded materialistic civilization. This part was inactive before that, and people knew nothing about external science and outer material life. At that time, the spiritual part was more awake. Steiner does a drawing. During the past 4 centuries, the part of the soul was awake that founded materialistic civilization, and the other part was asleep. And in truth, during the age of materialistic culture, the seeds were being sown in the sleeping parts of the soul for the forces we can now develop in humanity to bring us to spirituality again. During these centuries, mankind was really an Olaf Asteson as far as spiritual knowledge was concerned. That really was so. And humanity has not yet woken up. Spiritual science must awaken it. A time must come when both old and young must hear the words that are being spoken by the part of the human soul that was asleep in the age of darkness. The human soul has slept long indeed, but world spirits will approach and call to it, quote, "Awaken now, O Olaf Asteson," close quote. Only we have to prepare ourselves in the right way, so that it does not happen that we are faced with the call, quote, "Awaken now, O Olaf Asteson," close quote, and have not the ears to hear it. That is why we are engaged in spiritual science, so that we shall have the ears to hear when the call to be spiritually awake sounds in human evolution. It is a good thing if man remembers sometimes that he is a microcosm, and that he can be receptive to certain experiences if he opens himself to the macrocosm. As we have seen, the present season is a good one. Let us try to make this New Year's Eve a symbol for the New Year's Eve that has to come to mankind in Earth evolution. A New Year's Eve that will herald a new era, bringing ever more light, soul light, vision, knowledge of what lives in the spirit and which can stream and flow into the human soul from out of the spirit. If we can bring the microcosm of our experience on this New Year's Eve into connection with the macrocosm of human experience over the whole earth, we shall then have the kind of feelings we ought to experience, sensing as we do the dawning of the great new cosmic day of the 5th post-Atlantean epoch, at whose beginning we stand, and the midnight of which we want to understand worthily. The end of Lecture 4. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. As well, there are 2 publishing houses, steinerbooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in London, which are the sole translators of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Art as Seen in the Light of Mystery Wisdom, Collected Works, Volume 275. 8 lectures. This is Lecture 5. Entitled Moral Experience of the Worlds of Color and Tone, given in Dornach on the 1st of January 1915, translated by, these lectures in total were translated by Pauline Verla and Johanna Collis. Everything in the world, each event and every act of human conduct, has 2 sides, which are, as it were, polar opposites. Yesterday it was my task to point out to you that through a feeling understanding of our spiritual scientific world outlook, the human soul should acquire reverence and devotion for the spiritual worlds. The opposite pole to this devotional attitude is energetic work on our inner life, an energetic taking in hand of the evolutionary factors of our own soul, making a point of always using our experiences for the purpose of learning something from them and making progress with regard to our inner forces, so that whatever meets us in life and whatever takes place around us, whether it is easy to understand or not, we shall always avoid the danger of losing ourselves. May we always have the chance of keeping hold of ourselves and of finding within ourselves the strength to develop an understanding for what can encounter us in an often incomprehensible way. And may the kind of devotion for things we were talking about yesterday make such an impact on the development of our souls that we acquire a proper understanding of universal existence. This, my dear friends, is the New Year greeting I wanted to give you today at the start of the year. We have just been remembering devotion, and I would like to follow that with a reminder of the energetic work on our inner life. The full moon shining down on us out of the cosmos on New Year's Eve is a symbol for the sequence in which we are remembering these things. If it had been the other way round, and the year had started with the new moon, I should have done the right thing in bringing these reminders to you in the opposite order. I should then have closed the year with a reminder of the power of inner development, and should have had to leave the thoughts on reverence until today. We must attach more and more importance to really noticing a symbol like this that shines on us out of the macrocosm. And in our quiet moments this year, let this indication work on us in such a way that it can have a special significance. To think first about the transformation the power of reverence can bring about in us, then to follow this with thinking about the transformation that the power of inner preservation, the maintaining of inner soul energy, should bring about in us. The sequence of these thoughts has been set for the coming year by the writing of the stars, and the world will gradually come to realize again that reading the star script really has a meaning for man. So let us try, even in details like this, to pay heed to the great law of human existence, and to strive for harmony between the macrocosm and the microcosm. The macrocosm is speaking to us over these days in the most obvious way, and we shall find how to keep our microcosm in harmony with the macrocosm if we conduct ourselves in line with it in the course of this year that has begun amidst such painful events. If you try and notice what has been the prevailing mood of our talks in the last few days, you will discover that regarding the facts that spiritual science has made significant for us, we live in a time of change, in a time of hope, as it were. For we should now be getting an inkling of the direction the further course of human cultural development should take, of the change that has to come about from a purely materialistic world conception to a spiritual one. What is meant here, however, cannot really fully take place unless it enters every sphere of life, and particularly takes hold of the spiritual cultural areas to a marked degree. We have already had various indications showing that an understanding of the spiritual scientific outlook, which has taken hold of our feelings and is not merely rational, is bound to bring a change into both artistic creativity and artistic appreciation, because the forces we gain from this can give us an artistic conception of the world. And in our Goetheanum building, we have just made the attempt to show at least a small part of what can take an artistic form from out of spiritual scientific impulses. We can see a time coming when we shall be able to enter fully into the feelings that can arise from the spiritual scientific world conception, a time when the way to artistic creation will in many respects be different from the past. It will be much more alive, and the medium of artistic creation will be experienced much more intensely in the human soul. The soul will be capable of experiencing color and sound far more inwardly, in a kind of moral, spiritual way. And in artists' creations we shall meet, as it were, traces of the artist's experiences in the cosmos. In essentials, the attitude of artistic creation and artistic appreciation in this past epoch was a kind of external observation, an appeal to something that affects the artist from outside. The need to refer to nature and to a model for external observation has become greater and greater. Not that in the art of the future there is to be any one-sided rejection of nature and outer reality. Far from it. For there will be a much more intimate union with the external world. So strong a union that it will cover not merely the external impression of color and sound and form, but that which one can experience behind the sound and color and form, what is revealed in them. Human beings will make important discoveries in the future in this respect. They will actually unite their moral spiritual nature with the results of sense perception. An infinite deepening of the human soul can be foreseen in this domain. Let us pick a particular example to start from. We will simply imagine that we are looking at a surface shining all over with the same shade of strong vermilion. And let us assume we succeed in forgetting everything else around us and concentrate entirely on experiencing this color, so that we have the color in front of us, not merely as something that works upon us, but as something with which we ourselves are united, that we are within. You will then be able to feel as though you were in the world, and in this world the whole of you has become color, the whole of your innermost soul, and wherever your soul goes in the world, you will be a soul filled with red, living in, with, and out of red. Yet you will not be able to experience this intensely in the soul unless the corresponding feeling is transformed into moral experience, real moral experience. If we float through the world as though we were red, had identified ourselves with red, and our very soul and the whole world were entirely red, we shall not be able to help feeling that this whole red world is filling us with the substance of divine wrath, coming toward us from all sides in response to all the possibilities of evil and sin in us. In this infinite red space, we shall be able to feel as though we were before the judgment of God, and our moral feeling will become the kind of moral experience our souls can have in infinite space. And when the reaction comes, when something emerges in our soul as we are having this experience in infinite red, or I could also say in the one and only red, I can only describe it by saying we learn to pray. If you can experience the raying and glowing of divine wrath, together with all the possibilities of evil in the human soul, and if you can experience in the red how one learns to pray, the experience of red is enormously deepened. We can also experience the form red takes on when it enters space. We can then understand how we can experience a being that radiates goodness and is full of divine kindness and mercy, a being that we want to feel in the realm of space. Then we shall feel the need of expressing this divine mercy and goodness in a form which arises out of the color itself. We shall feel the need to let space be pushed aside, so that goodness and mercy may shine forth. Before space was there, it was all concentrated at the center, and now goodness and mercy enter space. And just as clouds are driven apart, space is rent asunder and recedes to make way for mercy. And we have the feeling that what is being scattered must be drawn in red. Here, in the center, a drawing was done. We shall have to indicate faintly a kind of magenta shining into the scattering red. We shall then be present with our whole soul as the color takes on form. And with our whole soul we shall feel an echo of how the beings who belong especially to our earth process felt when they had ascended to the Elohim stage and learned to fashion the world of forms out of colors. We shall learn to experience something of the creative activity of the spirits of form, who are the Elohim. And we shall then understand how color can create forms, as indicated in our first mystery play. We shall also understand something of how the surface nature of the color becomes something that has to be overcome, as it were, because we accompany color into the cosmos. If strong desire is also present, a feeling can arise like Strahler has when he sees the portrait of Capasius and says he would like to pierce the canvas. You will see that an attempt has been made in these mystery plays, really, to show in artistic form what it is like for the soul when it attempts to expand in the cosmic forces and to feel what the spirits of the cosmos are feeling. That was, in fact, the beginning of all art. But the materialistic age had to come, and ancient art, with its divine quality of differentiation, in which spirit was revealed in matter, had to change into secondary, materialistic, in quotes, after art, which the art of the materialistic age is in essence, the kind of art which cannot create but only imitate. The sign of all secondary art, all after art, is that it needs objects to imitate, and that it does not produce the form primarily out of the material. Let us take another example. Let us imagine we do the same thing with a more orange-colored surface that we did with the red surface. We shall experience something quite different this time. If we submerge ourselves in it and unite with it, then instead of feeling divine wrath bearing down upon us, we shall have the feeling that what comes to meet us here has much less of the serious side of wrath about it, and does not only want to punish us, but wants to impart itself to us and arm us with inner strength. When we enter the world and unite with the orange surface, we move in such a way that with every step we take, we feel that by experiencing orange, by living in the forces of orange, we are becoming stronger and stronger, and that what comes to us out of orange does not come merely to punish us and break us with its judgment, but is a source of strength. This is how we go into the world in orange. We then feel the longing to understand the inner nature of things and to unite it with ourselves. By living in red, we learn to pray. By living in orange, we experience the desire for knowledge of the inner nature of things. If we do the same thing with a yellow surface, we feel as though we were transported back to the beginning of our cycle of time. We feel that we are then living in the forces out of which we were created when we entered upon our first earthly incarnation. You feel an affinity between what you are throughout the whole of earth existence and what comes to meet you from the world into which you take the yellow with which you are united. And if you identify yourself with green and accompany green into the world, which can be done very easily by gazing at a green meadow, shutting out everything else and concentrating completely on it, and then trying to immerse yourself in the green meadow as if the green were the surface of a colored sea, you experience an inner increase in strength in what you are in that particular incarnation. You feel yourself becoming inwardly healthy, yet at the same time becoming inwardly more egoistic. You feel the stimulus of the egoistic forces within you. If you did the same with a blue surface, you would go through the world with the desire to accompany the blue forever and to overcome your egoism, become macrocosmic, as it were, and develop devotion. And you would find it a blessing if you could remain like this for your meeting with divine mercy. You would feel blessed by divine mercy if you could go through the world like this. Thus we learn to know the inner nature of color, and as I said before, we can foresee a time when an artist's preparation will mean a moral experience in color of this kind, when the experience preparatory to artistic creation will be much more inward and intuitive than it ever was in past ages. For these are only a few indications I am giving you, and they will be developed much further in the future. They will take hold of men's souls and enliven them with a tremendous sense for artistic creativity, whereas the materialistic culture that has entered our modern age has dried up the soul and made it passive. Souls must be stimulated again by a power from within. They must be taken hold of by the inner forces of things. As a specific example, I have taken the colors that flood the world. The world of sound will deepen and enliven the life of soul in a very similar way. During the period that is now drawing to a close, the essential thing was that a person experienced a tone as such, and the relationship of one tone to another. In the future, people will be able to experience what is behind the tone. They will regard the tone as a kind of window through which they enter the spiritual world. And then it will not depend on vague feeling of how one tone is added to another to form melodies, for instance, but by going through the tone, the soul will also experience a moral, spiritual quality behind the separate tones. The soul will enter the spiritual world as though through a window. The secrets of the individual tones will be discovered in this experience behind the tones. We are still a long way away from this feeling of being able to go from the sense world to the spiritual world through the window of each tone, but this will come. We shall experience the tone as an opening made by the gods from the spiritual world yonder to this physical material world. And we shall climb through the tone out of the physical material world into the spiritual world. Through the tonic, for example, which we experience as absolute and not in reference to previous tones of the scale, we experience danger as we pass from the sense world into the spiritual world. We are threatened on entry with being taken captive. The tonic wants to suck us in most horribly through the window of the tone and make us completely disappear in the spiritual world. Assuming that we experience the tonic as absolute, we shall feel that we are still too weak in a spiritual sense in the physical world, and that we are sucked up by the spiritual world when we climb through this window. This is the moral experience to be had on entering the spiritual world through the tonic. I am oversimplifying it now, though. We shall have a very differentiated experience which contains an infinite variety of detail. When we climb out of the physical world into the spiritual world through the window of the second, we shall have the impression of powers in the spiritual world yonder that, as it were, take pity on our weakness and say, quote, "Well, so you were weak in the physical sense world. If you only climb into the spiritual world through the tonic, I must dissolve you, suck you up, and break you to pieces. But if you enter through the second, I will offer you something from the spiritual world and remind you of something that is there." Close quote. The peculiar thing is that when we climb from the physical to the spiritual world, through the second, it is as though a number of tones rang out to receive us. We enter a totally silent world if we enter the spiritual world through the absolute tonic. If we enter through the second, we come to a world where, if we listen, various quiet, high-pitched tones ring out, wanting to comfort us in our weakness. Yet we must go through the window in a way we most certainly could not do in a physical material house. For the owner would give us a strange look if we were to walk in through the window and take the whole window with us. But in the spiritual world, that is what you have to do. Take the tones with you, and in union with them live over there in the beyond, the other side of the thin partition that separates us from the physical material world, and in which we have to imagine the tones as windows if you enter the spiritual world through the third, you will have the feeling of an even greater weakness. If you enter the spiritual world this way, you will feel that you are really very weak in the physical material world, where its spiritual content is concerned. But with regard to the third, and remember that you have become sound, you yourself have become a third, you will feel that there are friends over there, who, although they themselves are not thirds, approach you according to the kind of disposition you had in the physical material world. If you enter through the second, it is like a gentle sounding of many tones, with whom you share life in general when you enter through them, whilst tones that are, as it were, friends with one another come to meet you through the third. People who want to become composers will have to enter especially through the third, for that is where the tone sequences, the tone compositions are, that will stimulate their artistic creativity. You will not always be met by the same tone friends, for which ones you meet will depend on your mood and your feeling and your temperament. In fact, how you are disposed to life at the time when you go through the third into spiritual life. This results in an infinite variety of possibilities. If you penetrate through the fourth into the spiritual world, you will have a strange experience. Although no new tones appear from any direction, those that have come before, when you were experiencing the third, will live lightly in the soul as memories. And you will find that in continuing to live with these tone memories, they perpetually take on a fresh coloring. At one time they become as bright and cheerful as can be. At other times they descend to the utmost sadness. Now they are as bright as day, now they sink down to the silence of the grave. The modulating of the voice, the way the sound ascends and descends, in short, the whole mood of a tonal creation will have its origin along this path from these sound memories. The fifth will produce experiences that are more subjective, that work to stimulate and enrich the life of the soul. It is like a magic wand that conjures up the secrets of the sound world yonder out of the unfathomable depths. Experiences of this kind will come to one when one no longer just looks at the things and phenomena in the world, or just listens to them, but experiences them from within. These are the kind of experiences mankind must have, particularly through color and sound, but also through form. In fact, altogether through the realm of art, in order to get away from the purely external relationship to things and their functioning, which is characteristic of the materialistic age, and to penetrate into the inner secrets at the heart of things. Then something tremendously significant will happen to man, and he will be filled with the awareness of his connection with the divine spiritual powers, which are subconscious when his awareness is confined to the material realm, and which guide and lead him through the world. And then, above all, he will have inner experiences, such as experiencing the forces which guide man from one incarnation to the next. If we omit to heat a locomotive, it cannot pull a train. The forces which make things happen in the world have to be continually stimulated. The forces which drive mankind forward also need to be stimulated, and this does happen. However, man has to learn that he is connected with these forces. I once had the following remarkable experience. There was a lawyer, a famous advocate, in the town where I lived for a while, an extraordinarily famous advocate, whom the people absolutely flocked to, because they believed he was bound to win the most difficult lawsuits. And this was often the case. His legal dialectic was extraordinary, and people who knew him had the deepest respect for it. Now he was once entrusted with the difficult case of a rich man. The rich man would have to suffer a severe penalty if the lawsuit resulted in his being sentenced. The advocate used his greatest dialectic and the most wonderful of his legal skills. He made a long speech, and the people who heard him were convinced that if the jury were not to acquit the accused, nothing further could be done about it. Everyone who heard the advocate's amazing skill were absolutely convinced the jury would now withdraw and acquit the accused. But in the law court there was not only a skillful counsel, but also a skillful judge. And although the hour was not yet so advanced that a judgment could no longer be given, the judge said, quote, "Let us close the session for today and continue tomorrow," close quote. So the jury's session was to take place the following morning, and this gave them time to think the matter over again during the night. The following day came. This, quote, overnight delay, close quote, as he called it, had already proved very irksome for the advocate. The session began, the jury withdrew, and everyone awaited their return with tense expectation, most of all our advocate. The jury came back after only a quarter of an hour, and when the advocate heard them coming back from the conference room so soon, he fainted. Yes, he fainted. He did recover again, and a friend helped him up. The accused really had been sentenced, but the advocate only heard this after he had recovered from fainting. Now, what could be said about the course of events looked at from the point of view of external perception? One could say that the advocate was a very ambitious man, for he cared so much about winning this lawsuit that he lost consciousness before the verdict was pronounced. As soon as he saw that the jury had only conferred for a short time, he was sure the accused had been sentenced, for if they had acquitted him, they would, of course, have taken much longer. But that was not how the matter stood. It only appeared to be so from an external point of view. There was a kind of second layer of events behind what I have just told you. This other layer, or story, is like this. Before this lawsuit took place, this advocate had become addicted to what one can call the demon of gambling. I knew him well, of course. He used the sums of money entrusted to him as deposit to gamble with. It was an absolute passion with him, and not long before this lawsuit began, he had reached the point where he had gambled away large sums of money entrusted to his care. But he had been promised that if he should win this suit, he would be paid so much that he could more or less balance the difference. So he did not faint only out of wounded ambition. He fainted when the jury returned with the verdict after only a quarter of an hour, because his existence had in fact been destroyed, for he had no hope any more of replacing the deposit money he had lost. Therefore his whole existence had depended on the outcome of the lawsuit. He fainted as symbolic indication that he was now completely ruined for this incarnation. He had to escape to America after that, and had to endure a not very enviable existence there for the rest of his life. An example of this sort shows us that judgment can very often be wrong, for some people might never have had the chance to hear anything about what went on behind the lawsuit. If these people had only heard the clever advocate during the lawsuit and seen him fainting, they could very well have concluded that some people are so ambitious that they lose consciousness if a speech of theirs misfires, and they could have left it at that. To be able to judge correctly, you would therefore have to know a further layer of facts. In many instances, you would even have to know several more layers. Otherwise, you could be correct with regard to the layer you can see, and yet make a wrong judgment. That is the external aspect. But the matter has more behind it. The fellow also had to find a way of getting from this incarnation to the next one. And here we have an example of how wise world guidance puts into the soul the forces it needs to lead it from one incarnation to the next. The man was in such inner conflict that it had destroyed his existence. He was in a terrible position. A situation had been created in which there were no forces left to carry him over to his next incarnation. Also, a situation had been created in which forces of that nature could not be brought to his conscious mind. So his consciousness had to be extinguished for a moment. During short breaks in consciousness, all kinds of other spirituality can enter the human soul. And in that moment he received forces capable of restoring his impulse to go forward into the next incarnation. Of course, an impulse like this can be given in many different ways. What I have described here was one particular case. These impulses are always there. But I just wanted to show you that man's conscious life is linked with an ongoing process in the unconscious, and that in man's conscious life there are really points where the consciousness is suppressed, so that something can enter out of the unconscious. Sometimes these unconscious moments need not be long. They can be short spells, similar to fainting. Yet a tremendous amount of spiritual life forces can stream into the human being at such moments, both good and bad, and capable of good and evil. What I want to show you with this example is that in observing the world, mankind must try to notice links of this kind, which are of no significance to a materialistic outlook. You will gradually reach the point of becoming so perceptive for living links that you will recognize the moments in which the Spirit comes near to each human being. In the future, the world will no longer be explained so unequivocally as it is now, on the basis of material causes. But matter will be relegated to its right place, and at the same time people will realize that the material phenomenon is not the only thing, for spirit shines through it. We have seen that colors and sound are windows through which we can ascend spiritually into the spirit world, and life also brings to us windows through which the spiritual world enters our physical world. The advocate's fainting fit was this kind of window. If we interpret this phenomenon correctly, we have to say that spiritual life streams down to us through this window. It is clear to us that these forces flowing into us cannot be explained on a purely material level. So there are windows in the tones through which we ascend from the physical material world into the spiritual world. And there are also windows through which, if we remain in the physical material world, the spirit can descend to us. If we do not perceive the fact that spirit descends to us through such windows, it is like someone opening a beautiful book who cannot read. He has the same thing in front of him as someone who can read. But if he cannot read, he sees unintelligible scribble on the white pages, which at the most he can just describe. Only a person who can read is capable of following a biography, perhaps, or a piece of information that has been laid down in these strange signs. A person who cannot read world phenomena is like a cosmic illiterate where these phenomena are concerned. A person who can read, however, reads the ongoing process of the spiritual world in them. It is characteristic of the present materialistic age that materialism has made people illiterate with regard to the cosmos, almost 100% so. At a time when people are so proud of having reduced the percentage of illiteracy in civilized countries to such a great extent, they are enthusiastically heading toward illiteracy where the cosmos is concerned. It is the task of spiritual science to eliminate this cosmic illiteracy. Few people nowadays are illiterate in the ordinary sense. In the time of ancient clairvoyance, human beings were far less illiterate in the spirit. But this must not make us conceited. It is a fact that when we acquire an inkling of our task in the spiritual scientific stream, we ought to change from being illiterate to becoming people who can read the cosmos. Yet we should remain humble, for the times are such that we are still very much in need of the elementary level of education. We can hardly read yet, but only spell out the letters. Yet we can be gripped by the impulse to change, an impulse which is breaking in upon mankind through these things. And if we are gripped by them, we shall have the right attitude to what the signs of the times are demanding of us, and we shall enter into them as people who rightly belong to the spiritual, scientific, world conceptual stream. The end of Lecture 5. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com, If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at rudolfsteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. As well, there are two publishing houses, steinerbooks.org and rudolfsteinerpress.com. The first one's in America, the second one in England. They are the sole translators of Steiner into English and allow me to do these recordings, so please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Art as Seen in the Light of Mystery Wisdom, Collected Works, Volume 275, translated by Pauline Verla and Johanna Collis. This is Lecture 6, which is entitled Working with Sculptural Architecture, Number 1, given in Dornach on the 2nd of January, 1915. It will be relatively easy, and I am saying relatively, of course, for a person to take up more or less theoretically what we understand by the spiritual scientific world outlook, or anthroposophy. But it will not be easy to fill our whole being and life itself with the impulses coming from spiritual science. To absorb anthroposophy theoretically, so that you know that the human being consists of a physical body, an etheric body, an astral body, and so on, in the same way as you know that one or another tone has so and so many vibrations, or that oxygen combines with hydrogen to make water, is the way we have grown accustomed to learning things through the natural scientific approach mankind has gradually acquired over the last few centuries. We are less accustomed, however, to allowing our feelings and attitude of mind to be affected by the kind of knowledge spiritual science has to offer. Yet the kind of approach we must have to spiritual science is fundamentally opposite to the approach we must have to natural science. Read that again. Yet the kind of approach we must have to spiritual science is fundamentally opposite to the approach we must have to natural science. Emphasis is often laid on the fact that everyone feels that science is dry and stops us having a warm contact with life and its happenings. That dry science has something cold and unfeeling about it and robs things of their dewy freshness. Yet one could say that to a certain extent this has to be so with ordinary science. For there is an enormous difference between the impression made on us by a wonderful cloud formation in the evening or morning sky and the bare reports an astronomer or a meteorologist gives us. There is such abundant richness in the natural world around us that its effect on us is to warm us through and through, whereas, in comparison, science with its concepts and ideas appears dull and dry, cold, lifeless, and loveless. Yet there is every justification to feel this way as far as external natural scientific knowledge is concerned. There are good reasons why external natural scientific knowledge has to be like this, but spiritual science is not this kind of knowledge. On the contrary, it ought to bring us nearer and nearer to the living abundance and warmth of the outside world, and of the world altogether. But this means learning to bring certain impulses to life in us that a person of today hardly possesses at all. A present-day person expects it to be in the nature of what he calls science, that it has a cold and sobering effect on him, like the character of Wagner in Goethe's Faust. He expects that if he assimilates science, the riddles of nature will be solved. And then he will know how everything is constituted and be perfectly satisfied with what he knows. Science even makes some people shudder nowadays, for a quite specific reason. They maintain that what made life so rich and fresh in the past was the fact that man had not solved every riddle and could still wonder about the unsolved ones. And then science comes along, they say, and solves the riddles of nature one after the other. And they imagine how boring life will be in the future when science will have solved all the mysteries, and there will be no further possibility of wondering about anything, or having any feelings of an unscientific kind. What terrible desolation would befall mankind. We have every reason to be horrified at the prospect. But spiritual science can kindle different feelings than these. And although those feelings would be less in keeping with modern times than the solving of riddles, they show how awakening and life-giving spiritual science can be. If we absorb anthroposophy in the right way, not just take notes of what is being said so that we can make use of them like they do in ordinary science, and perhaps even do a neat diagram so that we can take it all in at a glance like physics. If we do not do it so much that way, but let what anthroposophy has to say reach our hearts, and we unite with it, we shall notice that it comes to life in us and grows. It awakens our independence and initiative, and becomes like a new living being within us that is forever showing new aspects. To approach external nature with our souls, thus filled with anthroposophy, is to find more riddles in nature and not less. Everything grows even more puzzling, which broadens instead of impoverishing our life of feeling. You could say that spiritual science makes the world more mysterious. Of course, the world becomes a desolate place when the physicists say to you, "You see the sun rise," and then, showing us a diagram, he tells which particular refractions are taking place in the rays of light so that the glow of dawn appears. This is certainly horrible, not from the point of view of human reason, but for the heart and an understanding connected with the heart. It is quite different when spiritual science tells us, for example, quote, "When you see the sunrise or hear one or another piece of music, it must feel to you as though the Elohim were sending their punishing wrath into the world." Then we become aware of the mysterious living weaving of the Elohim behind the glow of dawn. I think there's a close quote in there. To know the name of the Elohim and to be able to give them a place in the ninefold diagram we have drawn in our notebook is not knowing anything about the Elohim. But out of the living feeling we can have in looking at the sunrise will come a perception of movement and life in rich abundance, just as we know that when we look at a human being, any amount of conceptual knowledge about him will not tell us the whole of his nature, nor fathom the universal life within him. Likewise, we shall become aware that the dawn is revealing something to us of the unfathomable life of the cosmos. Spiritual scientific knowledge makes life more enigmatic and mysterious in a way that kindles richer feelings within us. And it is a fundamental feeling of this kind our souls can acquire when we bring spiritual science to life within us, and when we try to make ourselves at home in the kind of ideas I have just indicated. Then we shall never be tempted to complain that spiritual science only appeals to our heads and does not take hold of our whole being. We just need to be patient until the message of spiritual science becomes a living being within us and forms itself anew, filling us not only with its light, but also with its warmth. Then it will take hold of our hearts and our whole being, and we shall feel the richer for it. Whereas if we take up spiritual science in the same way as ordinary science, we are bound to feel the poorer. Yet on the other hand, it is quite natural that to begin with, anthroposophy seems to many people to lead to an impoverishment, because they have not yet been able to find the inner life of the message of anthroposophy that can reach their heart, and because anthroposophy does not yet have the same effect on them as, for instance, the warm words of a fellow human being speaking to us. But we have to learn that anthroposophy can become alive, that it can give us as much support and encouragement as we can otherwise only receive from another human being. Our hearts find this so difficult at the present time because we have lost the habit of uniting ourselves with the life of things. It is difficult enough if one tries in small doses to reintroduce this living with things. This was attempted in our 4 mystery plays. You have only to think of the scene in Spiritland, in the 5th act of titled The Soul's Awakening, where Felix Balde is sitting on the left side of the stage, seen from the audience, after he has ascended to Devachan, and a spiritual being on the other side of the stage speaks to him of his experience of weight. Here one should feel the weight that is descending in the distance. When people see something descending, they are accustomed nowadays only to be aware of the descending, and only to see the thing higher up to start with, and then coming lower and lower down. They are quite unaccustomed to creeping into things and feeling the experience of weight, feeling the thing pressing down all the time. With an expression like that, I am hoping to lift people out of their egoistic bodies right in the middle of the play, and to plunge them into the life of things outside themselves. If this cannot happen, then real artistic feeling will not be able to arise again. In order that, for instance, a true feeling for architecture can come again, the concepts we receive from spiritual science must come alive. To begin with, it makes very little difference which particular anthroposophical concepts we carry round with us. But if we really do something like this, we shall see how much richer our soul life becomes. We shall gain a lot if, for instance, as well as just seeing this diagram, we try and submerge ourselves in it and try to feel what is going on, weight pressing down here and weight being supported there. We want to go even further and not just look at it, but feel that the beam needs to have a certain strength, otherwise the load will crush it. And the supporting pillars must also have a certain strength, otherwise they too will be crushed. We must feel the way the sphere on top is pressing down, the pillars supporting and the beam keeping the balance. Not until we creep into the elements of weight, support, and balance, between the pressing down and the supporting, shall we feel our way into the element of architecture. But if we follow a structure of this kind, not only with our eye, EYE, but as it were crawl into it, and experience the weighing down, the supporting, and the balance, then we shall feel that our whole organism is becoming involved. And as if we have to call on an invisible brain belonging to our whole being and not just our head. Then we can awaken to the consciousness, now we are beginning to feel. To take our simple example, we shall feel a supporting element, an upward striving, supporting luciferic element, and weighing and pressing down Ahrimanic element, and a balance between the luciferic and Ahrimanic, which is a divine quality. Thus, even lifeless nature becomes filled with Lucifer and Ahriman and their superior ruler, who eternally brings about the balance between them. If we thus learn to experience the luciferic, Ahrimanic, and divine elements in architecture, so that architecture affects us inwardly, we shall become conscious of a richer feeling of the world, which leads, or one could almost say, pulls the soul into the things of the world. For our soul is now not only within our body's skin, but belongs to the cosmos. This is a way of becoming conscious of this. We shall become aware, too, that whereas outside the architectural element is supporting, weighing down, and creating a balance, we ourselves, in this encounter with the architectural element, develop a musical mood. Architecture produces a musical mood in our inner being. And we notice that even though the elements of architecture and music appear to be so alien in the outer world, through this musical mood engendered in us, our experience of architecture brings about a reconciliation, a balance between these two elements. This is where, from our epoch onward, living progress in the arts will lie, through learning to experience the reconciliation of the arts. This was dimly felt by Wagner, but it can only really come about when the world comes alive with spiritual science. Reconciling the arts that is what we attempted to do for the first time, and in a small elementary way, in our Goetheanum building. We did not want only to talk in a cold, abstract way about it, but show in the architecture of the building itself an impression, a copy of this reconciling of a musical mood with architectural form. If you study what is presented in our series of pillars and everything connected with them, you will discover that we were making the attempt to bring the elements of support, weighing down, and the balance into living movement. Our pillars are not merely supports, and our capitals no longer mere supporting devices. And the architraves that extend above the pillars do not just have the character of rest, serving only to round the pillars off at the top, but they have a character of living growth and movement. We attempted to bring architectural forms into musical flux, and the feeling one can have from seeing the interplay between the pillars and all that is connected with them can of itself arouse a musical mood in the soul. It will be possible to feel invisible music as the soul of the columns and the architectural and sculptural forms that belong to them. It is as though a soul element were in them, and the interpenetration of the fine arts and their forms by musical moods has fundamentally to be the ideal of the art of the future. Music of the future will be more sculptural than music of the past. Architecture and sculpture of the future will be more musical than they were in the past. That will be the essential thing. Yet this will not stop music from being an independent art. On the contrary, it will become richer and richer through penetrating the secrets of the tones, as we said yesterday, creating musical forms from out of the spiritual foundations of the cosmos. However, as everything that is inside must also be outside in art, all that lives in it must be embodied in a kind of organism. The world of soul, within the series of pillars, and everything belonging to them, must also become embodied. This happens, or at least is about to happen, in the painting of the domes. Just as the pillars and everything belonging to them are, as it were, the body of our building, so is all that is going to appear in the domes when you are inside the building, its soul. And just as the world appears to be filled with spirit, when our organs are directed outward, our windows executed in the new art of glass shading shall represent the spirit. Body, soul, and spirit shall be expressed in our building. Body in the column structure, soul in everything to do with the domes, and spirit in what is in the windows. Where these things are concerned, karma has brought various things about for which we can be grateful. For just in the case of the Goetheanum building, karma has indeed helped us in several matters. The soul of a human being is so constituted that from outside we perceive it in his physiognomy. But we have to have resources like love and friendship to penetrate into a person's soul, if we want to get to know it from inside, as it were. When I was traveling from Christiania to Bergen on my last lecture tour in Norway, I happened to see a slate quarry, which gave me the idea of trying to get slate from there. We were successful, and it really was what one might call a karmic happening. For when we look at the roof of the domes that are now tiled with this slate, with its quite unique qualities, we are sure to say that it has something of the quality of the life of the soul, that at one and the same time both discloses and conceals what is within. Now, if we really want to feel the domes as soul life, we shall have to develop a love for spiritual science. For what is going to be painted inside the domes should really appear to us as a kind of reflected image, in color and form, of what spiritual science can mean to us. To see this, we have to go inside. But when the building is really finished, no one will be able to understand what he sees when he goes inside, if he has not developed a love for spiritual science. Otherwise, what he sees there will probably remain something that can cause a bit of a sensation, but will not be anything that particularly appeals to his heart. What he gets from it will easily tempt him to deny that the architecture has anything to offer the feelings. Just as we have seen in this instance that what comes to life out of anthroposophy can be rediscovered in the world, life can also be fructified through anthroposophy, in realms in which we can more readily see that our heart's understanding needs to be warmed and fructified. For it is not only artistic and scientific areas that are to be fructified by spiritual science, but the whole of life has to be. Let me take as an example a realm in which we can see particularly well how anthroposophical concepts can come alive in outer life. I will choose the realm of education, any kind of art of education. Let us begin from the fact that children are educated by grown-ups. What does the materialistic age envisage when it speaks of a child being educated by a grown-up? Fundamentally speaking, the materialistic age sees in both of them, both the grown-up and the child, only what you get from a materialistic outlook, namely a grown-up teaching a child. But it is not like that. Externally, the grown-up is only Maya, and seen from outside, the child is only Maya too. There is something in the grown-up not directly contained in Maya, namely the invisible man, who passes from one incarnation to another. And there is also an invisible part in the child that goes from incarnation to incarnation. We shall speak about these things again, but I would like to tell you a few things today from which you will see in the course of time, if you meditate on them, what else there is in spiritual science. I will start with the fact that a person, as he appears in the external world, cannot teach at all, nor can the person who stands before us externally as a child be educated. In reality, something invisible in the teacher educates something invisible in the pupil. We shall only understand this properly if we focus our attention on what is gradually unfolding in the growing child as the outcome of previous incarnations. And when everything coming from previous incarnations has made its appearance, the child withdraws, especially in present times. What we are actually educating is the invisible result of previous incarnations. We cannot educate or have any effect on the visible child. That is how the matter stands with regard to the child. Now we will look at the teacher. During the first 7 years of the child's life, he can only educate by means of what the child can imitate. In the second 7 years, it will be through the influence he has as an authority. And finally, in the following 7 years, it will be through the educational effect of independent judgment. Everything that is active in the teacher all this time is not in his external physical part at all. The part of us which does the educating will not take on physical form until our next incarnation. For all the qualities in us which can be imitated, or the qualities upon which our authority is based, are germinal qualities and will form our next incarnation. When we are teachers, our own next incarnation converses with the previous incarnation of the pupil. It is an illusion to think that as present people we speak to the child of the present. We only have the right feeling for this if we say to ourselves, quote, "The very best in you, which your spirit can think and your soul can feel, and which is preparing itself to make something of you in the next incarnation, can work on the part of the child that is sculpturing its form out of times long past." Close quote. The musical element in us is what enables us to educate. What we should educate in the child is the element of sculpture. Take as a whole all that I have said in these lectures about the musical element, and of how, in its most exalted form, it corresponds to what man meets with in initiation. Music is related to everything that is in a process of development and lies in the future. and the realm of sculpture and architecture is related to what lies in the past. A child is the most wonderful example of sculpture we can see. What we need as teachers is a musical mood, which we can have in the form of a mood pervaded by the future. If you can have this feeling when you are involved in teaching, it will add a very special tone to the relationship of the teacher to the child. For it will make the teacher set himself the highest aims, whilst having the greatest measure of understanding for the children's naughtiness. There really is an educational force in this mood. Once the world comes to see that the right atmosphere for teaching arises when a musical mood in the teacher is combined with seeing the sculptural activity in the pupil, once it is established that this is what is required for a love of teaching, then education will be filled with the right impetus. For then the teacher will speak, think, and feel in such a way that in the course of his lessons, what comes from the past will learn to love what reaches out to the future. The result will be a wonderful karmic adjustment between the teacher and his pupils, a wonderful karmic balancing. If the teacher is egoistic and only tries to make the child an imitation of himself, then the teaching is purely luciferic. Education becomes luciferic when we try as far as possible to turn the pupil into a copy of our own opinions and feelings, and are only happy if we tell the pupil something today and he repeats it word for word tomorrow. That is a purely luciferic education. On the other hand, an Ahrimanic education comes about if the pupil is as naughty as possible in our lessons and learns from us as little as he possibly can. However, there is a state of balance between these two extremes, just as there is between weighing down and supporting. This is arrived at through the interplay of the musical sculptural elements I have just been speaking about. We must learn to distinguish between the teacher's intentions and what the child turns out to be. If we have the right mood, then even though we have been trying to teach our pupil something quite specific, we shall be overjoyed to realize that he has not turned out as we intended, but that the child has developed into something quite different from what we intended him to be. This is the remarkable thing, that the teacher can only rid himself of his egoism in teaching if he overcomes the desire to turn the child into a copy of his own views on what is good and right, and especially of his own favorite thoughts. The best thing we can achieve as teachers is to be able to face perfectly calmly the thought of the child becoming as different from us as possible. But you cannot come along and say, quote, "Please give me a recipe for it. Write a few rules down for me on how to teach like that." Close quote. That is the remarkable thing about the spiritual world outlook, that you cannot work according to rules, but you really have to absorb spiritual science so that you are filled with it and your impulses of feeling and will are increased. And then the right thing will happen, whatever particular task you face in life. The essential thing is to tackle it in a living way. Now, you could ask, quote, which is the right teaching method from the point of view of spiritual science, close quote. And the correct answer would be, quote, the best spiritual scientific method of teaching is for as many teachers as possible to engross themselves in spiritual science in a living way, and to acquire the feelings that come from spiritual science. This is less convenient, of course, than reading a textbook on the art of spiritual scientific education, yet spiritual science is forever being asked, close quote. Readers aside, sorry, there's a lack of a quote there, and now a new quote. What is the spiritual scientific point of view on this or that, close quote. Now, spiritual science does not have a point of view, or, if you like, it has as many points of view as life itself. But spiritual science itself must become life. Spiritual science must be absorbed and brought to life within us. Then it will be able to bear fruit in the various realms of life. People will then get beyond whatever it is that makes life so dry and dead. We could call it the request for uniformity. External science requires uniformity, but spiritual science gives manifoldness and variety, the kind of variety that belongs to life itself. Thus, spiritual science will have to bring transformation into the furthest reaches of life. Let us look at what some realms of life are like today. Learning takes place up to a particular age. You learn one thing up to one age and something else up to another. Then comes the time when you go out into life, as we say, and do not want to learn any more. Even when you go in for a scientific career, you do not like having to learn any more. The ones who do go on learning, in order to keep up with their science, are thought to be the odd ones. In the general run, people learn until a certain age, and after that they play cards or other useless things in their spare time, or they develop an attitude like this one I came across. I had been invited to give a series of lectures on the history of literature in a circle that included some ladies with a thirst for knowledge. Now, it could be said that the softer, or if you prefer it, in quotes, retarded brain that ladies have has retained more the receptivity and flexibility of ancient times, when learning continued throughout life. This is more often found among women than men. But these ladies had the feeling that they ought to bring the gentlemen along too, to the lecture cycle. So the gentlemen were there, and they did not all go to sleep. Some of them really listened. Then there was conversation, tea and cakes. In other words, they did what is considered to be essential in some circles, if the lectures are not to be too dry. So there was conversation too. And after I had been lecturing on Goethe's Faust, some of the men summed up their attitude by saying, quote, "When you see Faust on the stage, it is not really the kind of art you can enjoy. It isn't even recreation. It is science." Close quote. This was their way of saying that when a person has been working in an office all day, or has been serving customers, or standing in a court of law interrogating witnesses and sentencing the accused, by the evening he is in no state to listen to Goethe's Faust any more, and needs recreation and not science. This is an example of a common attitude with which no doubt you are familiar. You only need to mention it, for everyone knows how widespread it is, and that a lot of people would find it strange, the way we gather here in such a studious fashion and want to go on learning, despite the fact that several of us are fairly old. They think they know a much better way of spending time. Yet a complete change will have to take place in people's approach to spiritual science, in that they will not just want to let it remain a study, but will want to have a living and permanent relationship with it. This will come. You cannot learn anthroposophy the same way as you learn science, by taking it down in a notebook. Anthroposophy must stay alive. It becomes dead if we only learn its content and do not remain connected with it through living activity. It becomes dead and withers away, whereas it should be kept alive. Spiritual science must work in this way, to enliven us and keep our hearts receptive for all they can receive from the spiritual worlds, so that we develop further all the time. There is no doubt that in our epoch, humanity shows a quality of old age. On the whole, it does not have the kind of youthfulness it had in mythical times. Spiritual science must be people's draught of youth, so that they will feel able to learn from life throughout their lives. Nowadays, we can experience odd things in this connection. I know a man with an active mind, a person who has had all kinds of connections with modern intellectual culture all through his life. Now he celebrated his 50th birthday recently, and gave a leaflet out on this occasion containing some very peculiar notions. For instance, he said, but I want to alter things a little bit so that you will not guess who it is. He said, quote, "I have been offered a post in the realm of art that I had been longing for many years. But now that I have reached the age of 50, old age in fact, I do not really want it anymore." For to fill a post of that kind, and to inspire the people around you, you need to be young. You need to be full of fantastic illusions. And these illusions have to consist of thinking that what you are doing and the people you have to deal with are the whole world and nothing else matters. What really counts is what is right there. 15 years ago I was of an age when I could have done it. Now I am past it. You should not wait until people have grown old before you offer them influential positions, but let them be privy councillors, for instance, when they are between 30 and 40. Close quote. This was the gist of what this old man said. Old in quotes. This mood is absolutely in line with the whole quality of our contemporary culture. It is a mood very easily acquired by people who accept what materialistic culture has to say about the human being. For materialism has not the power to penetrate the whole being of man. The content of this materialistic knowledge is not powerful enough to have the kind of influence on his soul life that will last right into old age. Spiritual science proves that even if a person grows old externally, he can stay young in soul. And if he has not done anything special by the age of 50, although he does not need to succumb to the illusion that what he is doing is of prime importance and everything else can fall by the wayside, he can still be young enough to devote all his strength to what he has to do. He can be youthful, in fact childlike enough to concentrate the whole of his forces on what has to be done, just as a child concentrates all his forces in play. Spiritual science must become a magic draught of youth and not just a theory. That is also an impulse of transformation. Tomorrow I will talk about other impulses of transformation. The end of Lecture 6. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at rudolfsteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. As well, there are two publishing houses, steinerbooks.org in America and rudolfsteinerpress.com in England, who are the sole translators of Steiner into English and have given me permission to record these. So please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Art as Seen in the Light of Mystery Wisdom, Collected Works, Volume 275, translated by Johanna Collis and Pauline Verla. This is Lecture 7, entitled Future Jupiter and Its Beings, given in Dornach on the 3rd of January, 1915. If you recall the talks we had in connection with the evolution of the Earth through the Saturn, Sun, and Moon periods, you will know that at each of these evolutionary stages, one particular kind of being from among what we would now call the higher hierarchies attained their human level, as it were. We know that during the ancient Saturn period, the spirits of personality, the primal beginnings, the archai, reached their human level. During the Sun period, the archangels, during the Moon period, the angels, and during the Earth period, mankind. You will also have seen from our talks on evolution that each level of beings that reaches a certain stage of development received preparation in advance. We know that the human being was being prepared throughout the Saturn, Sun, and Moon periods, and that what we nowadays call man's completed physical body has been evolving since the Saturn period, the etheric body since the Sun period, the astral body since the Moon period, and that the ego was only added to these during the Earth period. That is, all the beings that are at a certain level are prepared as a whole. Now, you may be anxious to know whether in our present period of evolution beings are being prepared to attain their human level in the Jupiter period. Another thing you know is that during the Saturn, Sun, and Moon periods, you can look it up in my book titled Occult Science, the spirits of the higher hierarchies took part in the preparation of humanity. There is a description of how the angels, archangels, and archai were involved in the development of human beings, and therefore an obvious question is whether human beings, during their earth existence, are possibly involved in preparing the beings who will reach their human level during the Jupiter period. This question is certainly a vital one for every feeling person, if his feelings have been inspired by spiritual science, as we have been describing. For it could be the case that human behavior in general during the course of Earth evolution, could either help or omit to help the beings who might attain their human level on Jupiter. We might say, quote, "What could be worse than behaving in such a way during Earth evolution as to make it impossible for proper Jupiter beings to arise through our deeds?" Close quote. We must, of course, take it for granted, if we want to talk about these things, that there is a certain goodwill, for these are truly important secrets of initiation, the kind of initiation secrets that modern science detests as a matter of course. One certainly has to prepare one's feelings to be able to prepare one's feeling to be able to look at the attitude modern science is bound to have to the real truths of life. In the previous lectures, I have already tried to say a little bit about the way modern science necessarily relates to life. It cannot make direct contact with the secrets of life. It cannot even want to. It must not even pretend to want to reach these secrets of life. It is surely a good thing to make hard-boiled eggs for the people who like eating eggs when they are hard-boiled, and hard-boiled eggs are useful for those who like them. But if someone wanted to go and say that he takes the eggs away from the hens to hard-boil them, and then lets them hatch them after that, he would be doing something absurd. A person does exactly the same thing as far as the cosmos is concerned. If he sets out to solve the secrets of the cosmos and wants to use modern science for it, this is the same attitude as wanting to hatch hard-boiled eggs that have nothing left in them to be hatched out. I will show you by means of a comparison just how misleading this science is that is bound up with the whole way of modern thinking, particularly when it approaches the real riddles of life. If somebody wants to hold forth about whether science is helpful or harmful, he will usually start off by asking, quote, "Is science right about this or that?" Close quote. And if he can prove that it is right in one or another instance, he will swear by it as a matter of course. But this is just what we have to get away from, this attaching so much importance to the question of whether what science says is right or not. We must reach the point of seeing that this is not the main thing when it comes to the solving of riddles of life. If someone sees a horse-drawn cart with a man in it, he will be quite right in saying that the horses are pulling this person in the cart and drawing him along behind them. This is correct, of course, and anyone who wanted to say that the horses were not drawing the cart and the man sitting in it would obviously be wrong. But it is also true that the man is sitting in the cart, through the way he guides the horses, is controlling the direction in which they should pull him, and that is surely the more important aspect from the point of view of the destination. Modern science can be compared to the statement of the person who denies that the man in the cart is guiding the horses, and insists that the horses are drawing the man in the cart. If you think the comparison through in detail, you will get the right idea about the relation of modern science to modern research into truth. I have to say these things over and over again, because a person who bases himself on our world outlook must come more and more into the position where he can defend and protect our spiritual scientific outlook against the attacks of the modern world outlook. But you will be able to do this only if you enlighten yourself as to the relation of modern external science to a genuine research into truth. You must always approach spiritual scientific questions with a certain attitude and a certain kind of feeling. Otherwise you will not make the proper connection with them. Now, our question concerning the beings who will reach the human level on Jupiter is connected in very truth with the deepest questions of man's Earth evolution. There is something in our Earth evolution that has always been a philosophical problem, namely the relation between man's moral behavior and his natural existence. As an earthly being, man has to decide to what extent he is the kind of being who is ruled by his instincts, has to obey and satisfy them, and is at the mercy of his instincts and their satisfaction, because the laws of nature simply insist on their being satisfied. That is one side of human nature. In this respect, we say, quote, we do these things because we have to. We have to eat and we have to sleep, close quote. But there is another realm of human conduct on this earth, a realm in which we cannot say must, for it would lose its whole significance if we were to say, in quotes, must here. This is the wide realm of, in quotes, shall, a realm where we feel that we have to follow a purely spiritual impulse as distinct from instinct and everything arising out of ourselves on a natural level. Quote, you shall, close quote, never speaks to us from out of our instincts, but directs us in a purely spiritual way. You shall comprises the realm of our moral obligations. There are some philosophers who cannot find any connection between what is implied by the you shall and you must, and our present age that is almost bogged down in materialism, especially where moral life is concerned, and will get more and more bogged down, would like to turn all the you shalls into you musts. We are heading for times where, in this respect, the turning of you shall into you must will be blazoned forth with a certain amount of pride, and actually called psychology. Terrible aspects present themselves if we look at what has begun to develop in the field of criminal psychology. It is already evident that the human being is being conceived of in such a way that people do not ask whether he has overstepped a you shall, but try to prove that he was driven to one or another destructive act out of the necessity of his nature. Strange experiments are on the increase to define crime merely as a particular case of illness. All these things arise out of a certain materialistic lack of clarity in our times regarding the relation of you shall to you must. What does this you shall, or in other words, the categorical imperative, actually signify within the whole framework of human existence? Whoever obeys the you shall is known to carry out a moral action. Whoever does not obey the you shall commits an immoral action. This is, of course, a trivial truth. But now, let us attempt to look at moral and immoral, not only with regard to the external maya of the physical plane, but with regard to the truth and what is actually behind physical maya. Here, the moral element corresponding to the you shall appears to initiation science as something that hits you in the eye, EYE, spiritually, to put it rather crudely. If you look at a person, these truths which the materialistic outlook detests have to be told sometime. If you look at someone in certain temperature and weather conditions, you see this even better in horses, but we are not speaking about horses now. You will see him breathing out, and the breath becoming visible as vapor in the air. Obviously, as far as materialistic science is concerned, this breath a person exhales, disperses and dissolves, and has no further significance. But it has significance for a person who follows up the phenomena of life with initiation science. For he sees in the patterns of the breath the exact traces of the moral or immoral conduct of the person. A person's moral or immoral behavior can be seen in the steamy breath, and the breath of a person who is morally inclined is quite different from the breath of a person who is inclined to immorality. You know, with regard to various things in the human being, the more delicate qualities can only be seen in the more delicate parts of the etheric and astral aura. But man's moral and immoral nature, in the ordinary sense of the word, is actually visible in the etheric astral content of the steamy breath. The physical part of it dissolves, but what is incorporated in it does not dissolve, for it contains a genie, which, in the case of steamy breath, has a physical, an etheric, and an astral part. Only the physical is not earthly, just watery. Something that has an extremely differentiated form can be seen in this breath. Deeds which arise out of love show something quite different from deeds which are done out of enthusiasm, a creative urge, or the urge for perfection, for instance. But in every case, the form in the breath reminds one of beings that do not exist on earth at all as yet. These beings are a preparation for the ones that will reach their human stage on Jupiter. Their forms are very changeable and will pass through further changes in the future, for these beings are the first advance shadow images of the beings who will reach the human level on Jupiter. In a certain way, we also owe our existence to the exhalation of the angeloi on the moon. And it is one of the moving experiences of spiritual life to know that Jupiter human beings of the future will evolve out of what we breathe out in present ages. If we turn to the Bible with such knowledge in mind and read the opening words, we can tell ourselves, quote, "Now we begin to understand what is meant when it says that the Elohim formed earthly man by breathing into him." Close quote. I will confess that I would never have understood the part about the Elohim breathing the living being of man into his mouth and nose if I had not known beforehand that the breath of earthly human beings also contains the first germinal beginnings of the beings who will become human on Jupiter. But Jupiter human beings can only arise from the kind of breath that owes its existence to deeds that obey the "you shall," and which are therefore moral actions. Thus we see that through our earthly morality we take a creative part in the whole cosmic order. It is indeed a creative power, and we can see that spiritual science gives us a strong impulse for moral action by telling us that we are working against the creation of Jupiter human beings if we do not act in a moral way on earth. This gives morality a very real value and makes its existence worthwhile. Our human conduct is very strongly formed by what we acquire through spiritual science, especially as we become acquainted with real secrets regarding the cosmos. I have already made references to similar things and mentioned at various times that language also symbolizes man's own future creativity. I do not wish to dwell on this today, though, but just wanted to show you, to begin with, what significance moral behavior has in the whole of the cosmos. You could now ask, what about immoral behavior? Immoral behavior also comes to expression in the formation of the breath, but immoral behavior imprints a demonic form on it. Demons are born through man's immoral conduct. Let us look at the difference between the demons that arise through immoral behavior and the spiritual beings. Spiritual insofar as they only have a watery existence on earth, the spiritual forms that are created by moral actions. These beings that incarnate as far as a transitory, watery existence and arise from moral conduct are the kind of beings that have an astral, an etheric, and finally a physical body condensed to the level of wateriness. Just as in the moon period, we had an etheric, an astral, and a physical body, and this physical body was also only condensed to a wateriness. We were more or less like that, even if not exactly the same. And this creature, with a physical body, etheric body, and astral body, that arises out of moral actions, is predestined to receive an ego, just as in the moon period our physical, etheric, and astral body were predestined to receive an ego. They have the basis for receiving an ego, and beings of this kind are qualified to undergo a regular, progressive evolution in the cosmos. The other beings, the demons, created out of immoral actions also have an astral body, an etheric body, and a physical body, at the watery stage, of course. But they do not have the basis for developing an ego. They are born without heads, as it were. Instead of taking up the basis for progressing along a regular evolutionary path to the Jupiter existence, they reject this basis. By doing so, they fall victim to the fate of dropping out of evolution. But this only increases the hordes of Luciferic beings, for they come under their power. As they cannot progress in a regular way, they have to become parasites. This is what happens to all the beings that reject their normal path. They have to attach themselves to others in order to move on. These beings that arise through immoral actions have the particular inclination to be parasites in human evolution on earth under Lucifer's leadership, and to seize hold of the evolution of the human being before he makes his physical entry into the world. They attack man during the embryonic period and share his existence between conception and birth. Some of these beings, if they are strong enough, can continue to accompany the human being after birth, as seen in the phenomena of children who are possessed. What is brought about by the criminal demon parasites attached to unborn children is the cause of the deterioration of the generation succession, which are not as they would be if these demons did not exist. There are various reasons for the decline of families, tribes, peoples, and nations, but one of them is the existence of these criminal demon parasites during man's embryonic period. These things play a great part in Earth evolution as a whole, and they bring us into contact with deep secrets of human existence. This is often the cause of people acquiring certain prejudices and points of view before they are born into Earth existence. And people are tormented by doubts and uncertainties in life, and all kinds of other things because of these demonic parasites. There is not much more these beings can do with the human being once his ego has entered and made itself felt, but they prey on him all the more before he is born or during his earliest years. Thus we see that evil actions have a significant effect in the cosmos too, and work creatively. But their creativity works in the direction of the ancient moon existence. For what man passes through in the embryonic period, when these demonic beings can prey on him, is basically the heritage of the old moon period, which makes its appearance in subconscious instinctive behavior. Something that even physical science preserves an instinct for is that in older and better times, man's embryonic period was not calculated according to ordinary months, but lunar months. Therefore it speaks of 10 lunar months, and knows certain other things too, concerning the connection of embryonic development with the phases of the moon. So we see that our Earth evolution contains two tendencies: good deeds that contain the impulse to work creatively on Earth in preparation for Jupiter, so that man's successor on the human level can come into being. But evil deeds have also brought into our evolution the tendency to drag the Earth back again to the ancient moon period and make it dependent on everything to do with the subconscious. If you think about it, you will find a great number of things that are connected with these subconscious impulses. In fact, there are far more of these subconscious impulses in materialistic humanity of modern times than there were in bygone ages when people were less materialistic. I believe that the kind of things I have been telling you about again today will make you feel what a deep impression spiritual science can make on your outlook on life, and that it really and truly will not only give you theoretical knowledge, but will be capable of giving human life a new direction. A time will come when life will become quite chaotic if people do not use the chance of giving it a new direction out of spiritual scientific knowledge. Man must get beyond a knowledge that is restricted to the physical body. Our materialistic age does not want knowledge of any other sort than the kind that is restricted to the physical body. But man has to lift his knowledge out of the physical body. And what we know today, as the first exercises entitled Knowledge of the Higher Worlds, will gradually will be quite a long time, they will gradually turn into something he does naturally, something he will feel to be second nature. Particularly what we call thought concentration will come naturally to people. People will more and more feel the need really to concentrate their thoughts, to focus their whole soul activity on sharply defined thoughts which they place in front of their consciousness. Whilst they would otherwise let their senses roam from one thing or fact to another, they will more and more often direct their thought life to certain things of their own choosing. Even if only for a short time, they will concentrate on a definite thought, so as to focus their soul activity on this thought. They will then discover something that a lot of you know very well. Everyone makes a certain discovery in the course of concentrating. If we place a thought in the center of our consciousness and focus all our soul activity on it, we shall notice the thought growing stronger and stronger. Certainly it does. But then there comes a point where it does not get stronger anymore, but gets weaker and fades away. This is an experience lots of you will have had. The thought has to fade away. It has, as it were, to die away inside. For the kind of thoughts we have to begin with and the way we think are through the instrument of the physical body. And we concentrate the kind of thinking we do by means of the instrument of the physical body until the moment the thought dies. Then we slip out of the physical body. We would go into the unconscious altogether if, parallel with this concentration exercise, we did not attempt to do something else to maintain our consciousness when we have slipped out of our physical body. What we have to do to maintain our consciousness when we are outside is what we call leading a calm and composed life and accepting the things of the world calmly. We can do even more than accept things calmly. We can take seriously a theory we know so well, namely the concept of karma. What do I mean? A person is not at all inclined, to start with, to take the idea of karma really seriously. If he has only a small mishap that hurts him, or anything at all happens to him, he sometimes gets furious, but at any rate he has antipathy for it. We encounter what we call our destiny with sympathy or antipathy. It cannot be any different in ordinary life, as it is absolutely essential that we feel sympathy for some of the occurrences of destiny and antipathy for others. To us, destiny is something that meets us from outside. If we take the idea of karma seriously, we must really recognize our ego in our destiny and realize we ourselves are active in what happens to us through destiny, that we are the actual agents. When someone offends us, it is certainly difficult to believe we are hidden behind the offender, for it may be necessary in physical life to punish the offense. But we must always keep a corner within us where we admit to ourselves, quote, even when someone offends you, it is you offending yourself. When someone hits you, it is you hitting yourself. When unpleasant blows of destiny hit you, it is you yourself dealing yourself these blows. Close quote. We forget that we are not only within our skin, but are in our destiny. We forget we are within all the so-called chance happenings of our destiny. It is very difficult, really, to acquire the attitude that one's own ego brings one's destiny. But it is true that with our own ego we bring ourselves our destiny, and we get the impulses for this in the life between death and a new birth, according to our earlier incarnations, so that we can bring ourselves our destiny. We have to unite with our destiny, and instead of warding off hard blows of destiny with antipathy, tell ourselves more and more often, quote, through having this blow of destiny, that is, through meeting yourself in this blow of destiny, you are making yourself stronger, more vigorous and robust. Close quote. It is more difficult to form a union with your destiny in this way than to resist it. But what we lose when our thought passes away can only be regained by drawing into ourselves, like this, what is outside us. We cannot stay in what is within our skin if the thought fades when we concentrate on it. But it will carry us out of ourselves if we have taken hold of our destiny, our karma, in the true sense. We thus awaken ourselves again. The thought dies, but we carry forth the identification we have grasped between our ego and our destiny, and it carries us about the world. This composure with respect to our destiny, this sincere acceptance of destiny, is what gives us existence when we are outside our body. Obviously, this does not need to alter our life on the physical plane. We cannot always do that, but the attitude we have to acquire in a corner of our soul must be there for the moments when we really want to be able to live consciously outside our body. Two maxims can be our guiding principles and can mean a very great deal to us. The first of these to impress upon our minds is, quote, strive for the dying away of the thought in the universe, close quote. For the thought becomes a living force outside only when it dies away in the universe. Yet we cannot unite ourselves with this living force unless we work at the content of the second maxim, quote, strive for the resurrection of destiny in the I, capital, close quote. If you achieve this, you unite what has been reborn in the thought with the resurrected ego outside you. There is a great deal in human nature, though, which makes it difficult to progress in the spirit of these maxims. It is particularly hard to look at the relationship between inner and outer in the right way. The more ethics we can learn from spiritual science in this connection, the better. And we can learn ethics from it insofar as certain ethical concepts acquire life and blood for the first time through what spiritual science can bring to them. For instance, there are people who are perpetually complaining about other people and the awful things they do to them. They go as far as to say that other people persecute them. Everything of this kind is always connected with the other pole of human nature. You only have to observe life in the right way, which means according to spiritual science as properly understood. Of course, there is good reason to complain about unkindness, but in spite of this you will always find, if you go through life with vision that has been made somewhat clairvoyant by spiritual science, that most of these complaints come from egoists, and that the suspicion that everyone wants to be nasty to them arises most often in egoistic natures, whereas a loving disposition will not readily suspect persecution, nor that people are trying to harm them in all kinds of ways, and so on. When it is put into words like this, it is easy to agree with it in theory. I am actually convinced that most people will admit to it theoretically, if they stop to think about it. But to live accordingly is what matters. Now, you must ask, how do we live accordingly? And again the answer must be, you must actually live with the spiritual science you are striving for. Live with it as much as you can. That is the point. That is why spiritual science is not given in compendiums or short sketches, but we are trying to make spiritual science a force of life in which we can live, and from which we can constantly draw stimulating impulses. This was the main reason that led us to make the Goetheanum building a kind of focal point for this living anthroposophical striving. For as I mentioned yesterday, the Goetheanum building in its form, and in the whole way it has been built, has a bodily, a soul, and a spiritual nature in a spiritual scientific sense. It is itself a token of the fact that we are striving according to impulses from the spiritual world to bring into human evolution what it so badly needs, if the immediate future is to go the way it should. The very fact that you can perceive the building of spiritual science in the forms of the Goetheanum building makes it a sort of center, a focal point around which the kind of anthroposophical striving can crystallize. That has to become an essential part of the evolution of humanity. We probably often say that we live in troubled times, and that many things exist today which stand out in stark contrast to spiritual science. Yet our karma has allowed us to come so far as to overcome, as it were, the material basis out of which our Goetheanum is built, so that it can be a token of spiritual science even in its external form. Each one of us can acknowledge this to himself, as I often do, especially in the difficult times we are going through in face of the strong attacks being made on anthroposophy at present. Some people can question how much personal progress we have made on our part toward what ought to be crystallizing around the Goetheanum. Even if one or another individual cannot be physically present any more in the work being done on the physical plane, the fact that the building is there and that our karma has brought it to us is an important step forward. And if we bear in mind that people with as deep an understanding of spiritual science as Christian Morgenstern, for example, remain united even after physical death with what the Goetheanum is intended to be, then our building can also be a token in our time of the kind of activity within our spiritual movement that is not concerned with boundaries between what is usually called life and death. We can really feel united with this building, and therefore it can stimulate us to think the kind of serious thoughts which it is quite natural for us to think at a time like ours, when materialism is at its peak. Even if this building finds one or another individual cooperating only as a spiritual being, the building will be important for the continuation of our movement. This, you will understand, is said only to show you that our movement has a seriousness that goes beyond life and death. We have encountered this seriousness to a special degree this week. And if one thing happens, why should not other things be able to happen soon too? It is extraordinarily difficult to achieve what I have spoken about and mentioned again this time. I have stressed that I give the strictest attention to choosing and finding exactly the right words for which I can be fully answerable to the spiritual worlds. So it is to be desired that these words shall be heard and received in the same spirit. Times will certainly come when people will be able to be more light-hearted with regard to the anthroposophical movement. But now, right at the beginning, we must get used to taking things very, very seriously. A while ago I talked here about occult research, among other things, because I thought it would be of use to some of you. I was mainly describing facts. I thought these would be of help to one or another of you in understanding our present difficult times. But that which I presented with this intention has not been treated with sufficient caution. There are one or two exceptions, of course, but I am right in saying that not everyone has treated it with the necessary discretion and regard. And it has transpired that it was repeated here and there in a form that conveyed exactly the opposite of what I said here. If I just think of what has been made out of something that cannot have been misunderstood because it is already in print, regarding the classification of the peoples of Europe according to sentient soul, intellectual or mind soul, consciousness soul, and the ego, which was truly not meant to express a superiority. If I think of the statements that have gone out into the world and the opposition and bad feeling they have aroused, it is easy to see that the principle of taking things quite exactly, even in such difficult cases, has not been given due consideration. If, for instance, I have ever said that the ego activity, which is there among the European peoples, ought to be effective in organizing the European population, I would have been talking nonsense. Yet this is one of the things that has been made public, and it creates the most fearful misunderstandings and bad feelings. So, I am duty-bound not to say a word about these things in my lectures for the time being. I must desist from any mention of them. And whereas everybody else is free to speak about it, it has become impossible for me to do so, because of the way people have misconstrued what I said. All these things go to show that we should look at ourselves and see if we cannot take the anthroposophical movement absolutely seriously. For sometimes we completely fail to notice how much feeling of responsibility there is for each sentence of the communications of genuine spiritual research when the matter is taken seriously. To stir up emotions is certainly not what spiritual science is for, nor to oppose or pacify them. And if anyone says these things are communicated in order to oppose somebody, he ought to ask himself whether the right or wrong use has been made of that which has been communicated with the utmost objectivity and reverent love of truth. These are things which add even more pain to my occult experiences, which are already painful enough. Even if I cannot mention certain important things, and a lot has to be omitted, which I thought we could investigate soon, there are still some important and substantial matters left for us to discuss during our time together. The end of Lecture 7. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at rudolfsteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. As well, there are two publishing houses, steinerbooks.org in America and rudolfsteinerpress.com in England, which are the sole translators of Steiner into English and give me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner, entitled Art as Seen in the Light of Mystery Wisdom, Collected Works, Volume 275, translated by Joanna Collis and Pauline Verla. This is the last of 8 lectures, Lecture 8, entitled Working with Sculptural Architecture, Part 2, given in Dornach on the 4th of January, 1915. I should like to begin today by saying a few words about the boiler house attached to the Goetheanum and the architectural principle underlying it. If you want to study what motivated the architectural forms of this house, you must bear in mind that it is part of the whole Goetheanum building and belongs to it. This fact of it belonging to the building has to come to expression in the artistic conception of the building itself, if this conception is correct. It should not be an abstraction, but has to be expressed in the artistic form. Now let us have a look at the whole question of related artistic forms. We get closest to this if we do what human beings unfortunately do far too seldom, and think of the tremendous artistic creative activity we find exemplified if we are able to look at the spiritual aspect of nature and recognize natural creation as a product of the Spirit. I would like to draw your attention to the forms of the bony system because it is easiest to see there. Man's bony system especially is less difficult to study than the forms of any other living organisms. You will know that I have been trying for decades to arouse some understanding in the world for the significant discoveries Goethe made in the field of anatomy and physiology, which I should like to call his second major achievement in this realm. I will not touch on the first one today, but only refer to the second. This second significant discovery owes its origin to what one might, in the external materialistic world, call the combination of chance and human genius. Goethe himself relates that one day when he was going for a walk in the Jewish cemetery in Venice, he found a sheep's skull that had fallen apart at the seams. Picking it up and looking at the form of the bones, the thought occurred to him, when I look at these head bones, what actually are they? they are transformed dorsal vertebrae. You know, of course, that the spinal cord that encloses the spine marrow as a nerve cord is composed of rings which fit into one another, rings with a definite shape and processes. Processus vertebralis. And if you imagine one of these rings expanding so that the hole the marrow passes through, for the rings fit into one another, begins to get larger, and the bone gets correspondingly thinner and expands like elastic, not only in a horizontal direction but also in other directions, then the form that arises out of this ring form is nothing else but the bone formation which forms our skull cap. Our skull caps are transformed dorsal vertebrae. On the basis of spiritual science, we can develop this discovery of Goethe's even further, and can say today that every bone man has is a transformation, a metamorphosis of a single form. The only reason we do not notice this is because we have very primitive views of what can arise through transformation. If you think of a bone of the upper arm, you know, of course, what it looks like. A tubular bone like that would not immediately strike you as being similar to a bone in your head. But that is only due to our not having developed the concept of transformation far enough. The first idea you will have is that the tubular bone has to be puffed up until it is hollow inside. Then you ought to arrive at the form of the head bone. But that is not the principle underlying the shapes of the bones. A tubular bone would first have to be turned round, and you would not see the similarity it has to the skull cap until you had turned it inside out like a glove. But when a person turns a glove inside out, he expects it to look the same as it did before, doesn't he? This is because the glove is something dead. It is quite different with something living. If the glove were alive, the following would happen when it was turned inside out. Changes would occur like the thumb and the little finger getting very long, the middle finger very short, and the palm contracting, and so on. The turning inside out and the varying elasticity of the material would bring all sorts of changes about. In fact, the glove would acquire a totally different form, although it would still be the glove. This is how you must imagine a tubular upper arm bone being turned inside out, and then a skull cap would emerge. You will realize that the wise powers of the Godhead in the cosmos possessed a greater wisdom than arrogant man has today, to be able to set the forces of transformation in motion that are needed to form a skull. The inner unity in nature comes from the very fact that fundamentally even the most dissimilar forms are transformations of one archetypal form. There is nothing in the realm of life that could not arise as a metamorphosis of a primary form. In the course of this metamorphosis, something else happens as well. Certain parts of the primary form become larger at the expense of others, and other parts become smaller. Also, various limbs expand, but not all to the same extent. This produces dissimilarities, although they are all transformations of the same primary form. Now, look at the primary form of our whole Goetheanum building. I can only give you a very sketchy account of what I want to tell you, and only mention one point of view. If you look at the Goetheanum, you will see that it has double domes, and that the domes rest on a cylindrical substructure. The fact that it is a building with double domes is vital, for these double domes are an expression of the living element. If there had only been one dome, then, in essence, our building would have been dead. The living quality of our building is expressed in the fact that the consciousness of the one dome is reflected in the other, as it were, that the two domes mirror one another, just as the part of man that is in the external world is reflected in man's organs. The basic concept of the double dome must be borne in mind in relation to anything organically connected with the Goetheanum. For if it were not to contain the double dome form, however hard it was to recognize, it would not express the essential nature of the concept of the building. Therefore the annex must also contain the concept of the double dome. Now look at the double dome and its additional constructions. First of all, we have the interpenetration of the two dome motifs, whose importance I have often referred to. They represent a kind of new innovation in architecture, and as you know, were done with the help of Herr Englert. The interpenetration of the two domes is of special importance in the main building, because it expresses the inner connection of the two elements which mirror one another. I am giving you this concept of mirroring in an abstract way at the moment. A very great deal is contained in this interpenetration of the two dome motifs, an infinite amount of different aspects. The further stage of the building, the artistic stage, that expresses the image of the concept of spiritual science, can only come into being because we have succeeded in achieving this interpenetration of the double dome motifs. So we have this interpenetration in the main building. If we were to cancel the interpenetration and separate the dome motifs, we move toward the Ahrimanic principle. If we bring them closer together or overlap them completely by building one inside the other, we would approach the Luciferic principle. So the Ahrimanic principle has to be taken out of the building. In the annex, readers aside, annex is spelled A-N-N-E-X-E. I am uncertain how to pronounce that. I've never seen that word. Annexa, possibly? I'm going to say annex. In the annex, and a reader's aside, in the annex the domes have to be pushed apart, for in the case of the Annex 2, the dome concept is vital. And now, imagine the domes kept apart. Imagine that on one side, this side motif, south portal of the main building, has shrunk to nothing, so the dotted line is gone. And on the other side it has grown considerably larger and become the chimney. With the main building in mind, imagine that here, there's a diagram, south, you have the separated domes. Here is a front structure, and here the whole thing has been pushed in. There, the whole thing has been pulled out instead of being pushed in. But here it has shrunk to nothing instead of growing. Imagine that on the other side, the front structure of the north portal, it developed considerably. And you have the transformation motif for an annex of our main building, which is developed out of the primary forms. For if you imagine this getting smaller and smaller, the chimney, that coming out again and the whole thing pushed together, then the annex would be transformed into the main building. Parenthesis, Dr. Steiner was using a model of the boiler house as he spoke, close parenthesis. The point is that this metamorphosis of our main building shall be suitable for its purpose. Just as a vertebra arises out of the same primary form as the human skull, and you can think of one changing into the other, you can also think of the main building and the annex changing from one to the other. The concept of the form can pass from one form to the other if it metamorphoses and becomes alive. We really have to become apprentices of the creative hierarchies who created by means of metamorphosis and learn to do the same thing ourselves. Now imagine the kind of force necessary to enlarge this insignificant-looking part on this side, north portal of the main building, which becomes the chimney. If you have a small rubber bag that you want to enlarge, you have to press it this way and that way from inside so that it gets bigger. A force has to be there that can enlarge things and develop them. So if one of these side wings really has to be puffed up, it would have to be done by a force working from inside, from here, again, see diagram. What kind of forces can they be in there? You can imagine these forces in the forms of the architraves. If you imagine the forces in the architraves jumping into the side structure and pushing this up, you get this form, chimney and back wall. You have to try and slip inside these forms of the architraves with your formative, artistic thinking, and contract and expand them. Imagine that because you have slipped inside, you enlarge what is small in there. Then this form arises, chimney and back wall. There is no other way of going about creating things that belong together than by trying to get inside them. This slipping into things and being inside them is another way of imitating the creative forces in nature. And unless modern industrial civilization does this, it will not overcome its God-forsakenness. It would be impossible to imagine the ordinary kind of chimney as a product of natural creation. It only exists because there is a denial of divine spiritual forces in nature. There is hardly anything outside in nature that you could compare with an ordinary chimney, except possibly the other hideous-looking asparagus plant. But that is a kind of exception. Whatever grows with the forces of earth can never go straight upward like a chimney. If you want to study the forces that work in an upward direction, a tree is the best example in which to find what corresponds to the hidden forces in the earth. For a tree does not only develop a trunk in the vertical, but also has to reach out with its branches. The point, obviously, is not to imitate this directly in the model, but to study those forces which radiate out from the earth and overcome the purely vertical direction of the tree trunk by reaching out breadthways and putting forth branches. This part here does justice to the centrifugal forces in space, in the cosmos, to what I would like to call the branch-like centrifugal forces on the chimney. Although I have only been able to show you the roughest principles, I could justify the principles behind this architectural form in minute detail, in the case of every single plane, but it would take too long. Now, a form such as this is only complete when it is fulfilling its purpose. If you look at the form now, it is not complete. It will only be complete when the heating is actually functioning inside and smoke is coming out. Smoke belongs to it. It really belongs. And this has been included in the architectural form. One day, when the rising of the smoke is observed clairvoyantly, and the smoke coming out of the chimney, the spiritual part of the rising smoke, will also be taken into consideration, for we shall know, when we have really observed it clairvoyantly, that the physical also contains a spiritual element. For just as you have a physical, an etheric, and an astral body, the smoke also has at least an etheric part. And this etheric part goes a different way from the physical. The physical part will go upward, but the etheric part is really caught by these twigs that reach outward. A time will come when people will see the physical part of the smoke rising, while the etheric part wafts away. When this kind of thing is expressed in the form, a principle of all art is gradually being complied with, namely, the presenting of the inner essence in outer form, really making the inner essence the principle according to which the outer form is created. As I said, I would have to do a lot of talking if I were to go into all the details on which these architectural forms are based, although these might be far more interesting than those we have already discussed. One of these interesting things is that it was possible to express everything that had to be expressed in this modern material and build with concrete. For it will be possible to go a long way with form making in this modern material, especially in the designing of buildings in this style that will serve modern Ahrimanic civilization. In fact, it is essential to do so. There is no need for me to go into any further details, because I am more concerned with showing you the principle of this building and everything to do with it. This principle can be modified in many respects. For instance, the dome can be modified so that it does not look like a dome anymore, if it is looked at merely from the geometrical, mathematical point of view, and not organically, and so on. But today I wanted to discuss the particular principle of inner metamorphosis and transformation, the life principle within these. I wanted to cite this to show you in what way real artistic creativity, when it has to do with our spiritual, scientific conception, has to differ from any kind of symbolic interpretation, for that is external. It is a matter of getting an inner grasp of what you are being shown here and following the process with your whole soul. When the building is eventually finished, we do not continually want to be asked, what does this mean and that mean? And have to witness people happily believing that they have discovered the meaning of some of these things. Regarding some of these interpretations, we have come into a strange position along some of the bypaths of theosophy, with respect to quite a number of poetic and literary works. For instance, people have explained plays by saying that one person means manas, another person buddhi, and the third person atma, and so on. If you want to, you can, of course, explain everything like this. But we are not concerned with this kind of interpretation, but with entering into things and joining in the process of creativity that came from the higher hierarchies and fills and forms the whole of our world. There is no need to avoid doing this, just because it is more difficult than symbolic or allegorical interpretation. For it leads into the spiritual world, and is the very strongest incentive for really acquiring imagination, inspiration, and intuition. A vital part of the present-day impulses for change is that we acquire more and more understanding for the way the human soul rises into the realms that open up to imaginative, inspirational, and intuitive observation. For these realms contain the elements that will make our world whole again, and which will lift us up out of the mere maya and lead us to true reality. It has to be stressed again and again that the new spiritual knowledge we are moving toward cannot consist of repeating the results of earlier clairvoyance. There are certainly a lot of people striving to repeat earlier clairvoyance, but the time for this clairvoyance is over, and it is only atavistic echoes of ancient clairvoyance that can possibly occur in these few individuals. But the levels of human existence to which we must ascend will not open up to a repetition of ancient clairvoyance. Let us have another look at the essential basis of this new clairvoyance. We have often referred to the principle of the thing, and now we want to try and approach it from another angle. Again, we will start with something we all know, namely, that during waking day, man lives with his ego and his astral body within his etheric and his physical body. But I have already emphasized during the past few days that awake as he is between waking up and going to sleep, man is not fully awake, for something in him is still asleep. What we feel as our will is really only partly awake. Our thoughts are awake from when we wake up until we go to sleep. But willing is something we carry out completely in a dream. This is why all the pondering about freedom of will and about freedom altogether has been in vain. Because people have failed to notice that what they know about the will during the daytime is actually only the dreaming of their will impulses. If you have an impulse of will and make a mental image of it, you are certainly awake. But in waking life, man only dreams with regard to how the will arises and goes over into action. If you pick up a piece of chalk and make a mental image of picking it up, that is, of course, something you can have a mental image of. But with only your day consciousness and without clairvoyance, you know no more about how the ego and astral body stream into your hand and how the will spreads out than you know about a dream whilst you are dreaming. We can only dream about the actual will with ordinary waking consciousness, and where most things are concerned, we do not even dream, we just sleep. You can clearly visualize putting a mouthful of food on your fork, and to a certain extent you can visualize chewing it, but you do not even dream about swallowing it. You are usually quite unconscious of it, as you are unconscious of your thoughts while you are asleep. So, during waking life, a major part of our will activity is carried out in waking day sleep. If we did not sleep with regard to our desires and the feeling impulses bound up with them, something strange would begin to happen. We would follow the course of our actions right into our body. Everything we do out of will impulse would be followed up inside us, in our blood and throughout the whole circulation. That is, if you could follow the picking up of a piece of chalk from the point of view of the will impulse, you would follow what is going on in your hand right into the blood circulation. You would see the activity of the blood and the feelings that are bound up with this from inside. For instance, you would have an inner perception of the weight of the piece of chalk and become aware that you are seeing the nerve channels and the etheric fluid inside them. You would feel yourself moving through the activity of the blood and the nerves, which would amount to an inner enjoyment of your own blood and nerve activity. But we have to be free of this inner enjoyment of our own blood and nerve activity during earthly life. Otherwise, we would go through life wanting this inner enjoyment to accompany everything we do. Our enjoyment of self would increase enormously. But as man is now constituted, he should not have this enjoyment. And the secret of why he should not have it can again be found in a passage of the Bible for which we ought to feel greater and greater reverence. After what had occurred in paradise and is told in the paradise myth, man was permitted to eat from the tree of knowledge, but not from the tree of life. Now this inner enjoyment would be the enjoying of the tree of life, and man is not permitted to do this. I cannot develop this theme further today, as it would lead too far, but through meditating on it yourselves, you will be able to discover more about it. Another thing that can have special significance for us, in connection with these present lectures, and arises out of this, is the following. Not being able to eat from the tree of life means not being able to enjoy the blood and nerve activity going on within us. Yet just because we know the outer world by means of our senses and our reason, something comes about that surely has something to do with this kind of enjoyment. Whenever we perceive anything in the outer world, and whenever we think about it, we follow the course of our blood circulation in the region of the senses, eyes, ears, nose, and taste, nerves. And in the case of thinking, the nerve channels. But we do not have the perception of what is going on in the blood circulation and nerve channels, for what we would have perceived in the blood is reflected and mirrored by the senses, thus causing the sense impressions to arise. And what is conducted to the nerve channels is also reflected and conducted back to the nerve ends, where it is then mirrored as thought. Now imagine for a moment a human being who is in the following situation. He does not just follow the course of his blood as it responds to the outer world, and then receive a mirror image of what his blood does, nor does he just follow the course of his nerves and receive a mirror image of what his nerves do. But he is in a position to experience within himself what is denied us with regard to our blood and our sense nerves. He experiences the blood moving toward the nerve and the eyes. If this were the case, he would enjoy his own inner process, at least in the blood and the nerves in this area. This is how the inner pictures of atavistic clairvoyance arise. What we see reflected are only pictures, filtered pictures, as it were, of what is in the blood and the nerves. There are world secrets in the blood and nerves, but the kind of world secrets that have already given their substance to creating us. It is only ourselves we get to know when we acquire the imaginations resulting from experiencing the blood circulating to the senses. And it is only the inspirations which have the task of building up our bodily nature we get to know when we experience ourselves in the nerves leading to our senses. A whole inner world can arise in this manner, and this inner world can be a collection of imaginations. Yet, although, when perceiving the outer physical world in a way that is proper for our earth evolution, we perceive reflections of our blood and nerve activities, we still cannot get beyond the senses when we indulge in inner enjoyment, but reach only to the point where the blood circulation flows into the senses. Then the experience of the imaginative world is comparable to swimming in blood like a fish in water. But this imaginative world is in reality not an outside world, but a world living in our blood. If one lives in the nerves leading to the senses, one experiences an inspirational world full of music of the spheres and inner pictures. This is cosmic again, but it is nothing new. It has already fulfilled its task in that it has flowed into our nerve and blood systems. The kind of clairvoyance arising in this way and leading man further into himself instead of beyond himself is self-enjoyment, veritable self-enjoyment. This is why a kind of refined voluptuousness is brought about in people who become clairvoyant in this way and experience a world which is new to them. And on the whole, we must say that this kind of clairvoyance is a return to an earlier stage of evolution. For although this experiencing of a person's own sense organs and blood, as I have been describing to you, did not exist then in the form in which it does today, the nervous system was already there in a germinal state. This kind of perception was the normal one for man on ancient Moon. And what he had then, in the way of the beginning of nerves, served to give him an inner perception of himself. The blood had not yet taken form inside him. It was more like a warm breath coming toward him from outside, like we receive the rays of the sun. Therefore, what is now on the earth a perception of the inner blood system was regular, normal perception of the outside world at the Moon stage. You could say that if this is the borderline between man's inner and outer world, a diagram was drawn, then what are now our nerves were already there in germinal form on the Moon. By following the course of the nerves, he could perceive what was within him as a world of inner imagination. He saw that he himself belonged in the cosmos. He also had an imaginative perception of what came to him as a breath from outside and not from inside. That has now ceased. And what was outside on ancient Moon has become internalized as the blood circulation in Earth evolution. So it is a regression to the old Moon evolution. It is good to know of these things, because that kind of clairvoyance keeps on making its appearance. It does not need to be acquired along the hard path of meditation and concentration described in Untitled Knowledge of the Higher Worlds. The kind of clairvoyance that arises as a result of learning to experience one's nerves and blood as an inner enjoyment is just a more refined development of organic life, a further development of the experience of eating and drinking. This is certainly not mankind's present task, but is a kind of hothouse plant which arises when self-enjoyment of things such as eating and drinking is developed to a fine art. Just as a wine connoisseur has an inner aftertaste, which is only an imagination of the taste and is not formative, some people have a subtle inner enjoyment which is their clairvoyance. A lot of clairvoyance is nothing more than a subtle, refined, forced kind of aftertaste of life. We must become aware of these things again in our time. For people have not known about these secrets, nor referred to them in literature, since the first half of the 19th century. Then the second half of the 19th century came, with all the discoveries that are considered so wonderful, and they certainly are wonderful from their point of view, and an understanding of these things and the finer connections of existence were lost. But what has not yet been lost, and this is said in parenthesis, is the enjoyment of the effects of the coarser things we imbibe. Mankind continues to be able to live in the after enjoyment of eating and drinking, and precisely in the materialistic age has cultivated this to an extent. But mankind lives in a rhythmic cycle where things like this are concerned. Of course, because it has eradicated the general feeling it used to have of indulging in self-enjoyment in the senses, nerves, and blood circulation, which people had to a greater extent in the past, the materialistic age can devote itself even more strongly to the effects of eating and drinking. You can easily study the whole change and rapid development that has taken place in a relatively short time in this realm. You have only to compare a hotel menu of the 1870s with a present-day one, 1915, and you will see the progress that has been made in the sphere of refined pleasures, in the self-enjoyment of one's own body. Yet things of this kind also move in cycles, and achievements are only carried to a certain level. Just as a pendulum can only swing to a certain point where it has to go back again, the indulgence in mere physical pleasure will also have to go in the other direction once it has reached a certain point. This will occur when the keenest Epicureans, that is, people with the most longing for pleasures, will look at the choicest dainties and say, quote, "Ugh, I don't feel like having that. That is just too much." Close quote. This moment will certainly come, for it is a necessary development. Everything moves in cycles. Man experiences the other side of life during sleep. His thought life is asleep, and quite different conditions prevail, of course. Now, I said that it was chiefly the first half of the 19th century that had insight into these matters still, and the kind of clairvoyance that arises when one follows the course of one's own blood and nerve channels was still called Pythian clairvoyance at that time, from certain memories the people had. And it is indeed related to the foundations of ancient Pythian clairvoyance. Other conditions prevail during sleep. Man is outside his physical and etheric body, with his ego and astral body. In ordinary life, thoughts are then suppressed and devitalized. But between falling asleep and waking up, man lives continually with a longing for his physical body. This is precisely what sleep consists of, acquiring a longing for his physical body from the moment he falls asleep. This rises to a climax and then urges him more and more to return to his body. When he is asleep, the longing to return to his own physical body becomes stronger and stronger. And because the longing pervades the ego and the astral body like a mist, the life of thought is dimmed. Just as we cannot see the trees anymore when mist encloses them, we cannot experience our life of perception within us when the mist of our longing envelops us. Now it can happen that this longing grows so strong during sleep that man does not keep it outside his physical and etheric body, but that his greed grows to the extent that he partly takes hold of his physical and etheric body and comes into touch with the extreme ends of his blood and nerve channels. He penetrates from outside, as it were, through his senses into the extreme ends of his blood circulation and his nerve channels. In ancient times, when man still had experiences like these, with the help of the gods, as it were, it was a normal and healthy process. The old Hebrew prophets, who accomplished so much for their people, acquired their prophetic gifts through making use of the tremendous love they bore precisely for the blood and nerve composition of their own people, so that even during sleep they did not want to let go altogether of that which lived physically in their people. These prophets of Jewish antiquity were seized with such longing and filled with such love that even in sleep they wanted to remain bound to the blood of the people to whom they belonged. This is precisely what gave them their prophetic gifts. This is the physiological origin of these prophetic gifts, and splendid achievements came about through this channel. This is precisely why the prophets of the various peoples had such significance for their people, because even when they were outside the body, they maintained a contact with it in this way. As I mentioned, there was still a certain awareness right up to the first half of the 19th century of this connection to the life of humanity. Just as they called the other kind of clairvoyance Pythian clairvoyance, this kind of clairvoyance, which came about through contact of the ego-astral nature of man with the blood and nerve channels of the physical body during sleep, was called prophetic clairvoyance. If you look at the literature of the first half of the 19th century, you will find descriptions of Pythian and prophetic clairvoyance, even if they are not as precise as spiritual scientific descriptions of them would be today. People do not know the difference between them anymore, since they have no understanding for what they can read about them in the books of the first half of the 19th century. But neither of these kinds of clairvoyance can really help humanity forward today. Both of them were right for olden times. Modern clairvoyance, which has to develop further and further in the future, can come about neither through enjoying what is going on in our bodies while we are awake, nor by entering into the body from outside in a sleep-like state, urged on by love, even if it is not for ourselves, but for the part of mankind to which our body belongs. Both these levels have been superseded. Modern clairvoyance must be a third way, neither a taking hold of the physical body from outside in loving longing, nor an enjoying of the physical body from inside. Both these phenomena, that which lives within and floods the body with pleasure, and that which can seize hold of the body from outside, have to go out of the body if modern clairvoyance is to occur. They may only have the sort of relationship with the body during incarnation between birth and death, in which they neither enjoy nor love the blood and nerves, either from inside or from outside, but remain connected with the body whilst freely abstaining from such self-enjoyment or self-love. The connection with the body has to be maintained, nevertheless, of course, otherwise it would mean a dying. Man must remain bound to the body that belongs to him in physical incarnation on earth. And this must be done by means of the organs which are remote, as it were, or at least relatively remote, from the activity of blood and nerves. A detaching from the activity of blood and nerves must be achieved. When a person no longer indulges in enjoyment of self along the channels leading to the senses, nor takes hold of himself from outside as far as the senses, but has the kind of relationship to himself, both from inside and from outside, in which he can actually take living hold of what symbolizes the death of physical life, then the proper condition has been reached. For we actually die physiologically because we are able to develop the bony system. When we are capable of taking hold of the skeleton which folk wisdom recognizes as the symbol of death, and which is as remote from the blood system as it is from the nervous system, then we come to what we can call spiritual scientific clairvoyance, which is higher than either Pythian or prophetic clairvoyance. With spiritual scientific clairvoyance, we take hold of the whole and not just part of the human being. And it actually makes no difference whether we take hold of it from inside or outside. For this kind of clairvoyance can no longer be an act of enjoyment. Instead of being a subtle enjoyment, it is an opening up and rising into the divine spiritual forces of the all. It is a uniting with the world. It is no longer an experiencing of the human being and the mysteries that have been woven into him, but an experiencing of the deeds of the beings of the higher hierarchies, whereby one truly lifts oneself out of self-enjoyment and self-love. Man must become a thought, as it were, an organ of the higher hierarchies, just as our thoughts are organs of our souls. To be thought of, pictured, and perceived by the higher hierarchies is the principle of spiritual scientific clairvoyance. To be received, not to take oneself. I would like to express the wish that what I have just been saying might become a real object for your meditation. For precisely that which I have been telling you today can bring many, many things to life in all of you and enliven the actual impulses of our spiritual scientific movement to an ever greater extent. And how seriously we have to take the enlivening of our spiritual scientific movement has often been spoken of during these days together. We could bring to realization a further part, I will not say of what was intended, but of what ought to be intended within this spiritual scientific movement, if as many people as possible would resolve to think about this threefold form of knowledge of higher worlds in a living way, so that our thoughts become clearer and clearer about what at bottom we all intend, and which can become so easily confused with what can be had much more comfortably. Truly, it is not for nothing that we work from cycle to accumulate more and more concepts and ideas. It is not needless work studying these concepts and ideas, for it is precisely the way to prepare the soul impulses that will lead us to real spiritual scientific clairvoyance. By snatching up one or two ideas given by anthroposophy, you can sometimes make a chink in one or another part of the human organization, causing fragments of Pythian and prophetic clairvoyance to arise, enough to make people proud of themselves. If this is the case, we often hear statements like this, quote, "I don't need to study everything in detail, and I don't need what the cycles say. I know all that. I knew it already," close quote, and so on. Many people are still satisfied with the principle of living in a few imaginations which we could call blood and nerve imaginations. A lot of people fancy they have something really special if they have a few blood and nerve imaginations. But this is not what can lead us to selfless cooperation in mankind's development. Indulging in blood and nerve imaginations actually leads to a heightening of self-enjoyment, to a more subtle form of egoism. Then, of course, the cultivation of spiritual science can be the very thing that breeds an even more subtle kind of egoism than you ever find in the outside world. It's taken for granted that one is never referring to the present company nor to the Anthroposophical Society, which is, of course, here. But it should be permissible to mention that there are societies in which some people manage to turn the principles in their favor, and without really giving their unselfish support, make use of one or another thing, preferably those things which stimulate blood or nerve imaginations, and then imagine they can spare themselves the rest. As a result, they acquire an atavistic clairvoyance, or perhaps not even that, but only the feelings that accompany that kind of imaginative clairvoyance. These feelings are not an overcoming of egoism, just a heightened form of it. You find in societies like this, the Anthroposophical Society accepted for politeness' sake, that although it would be people's duty to develop love and harmony out of the depths of their hearts from one member to another, you find disharmony, quarrelsomeness, people telling tales about one another, and so on. I can say things like this, for as I said, I always make an exception of the members of the Anthroposophical Society. This shows us that dark shadows are thrown just where a strong light is about to appear. I am not finding such faults because I imagine these things can be exterminated overnight. That cannot happen, because they come from nature. But at least each person can work on himself. And it is not a good thing if you are not made aware of these things. It is thoroughly understandable that just because a particular movement has to be founded, the shadow sides also make themselves felt in these societies, and that what is rampant in outside life is far more rampant within them. Yet it always gives one a bitter feeling if this happens in societies which, by their very nature, otherwise there would be no point in having a society, should develop a certain brotherliness, a certain loyalty. But just because they come closer together, certain faults that are short-lived in the outside world develop all the more fiercely. As the present company, the Anthroposophical Society, is accepted, it will give us all the more opportunity to think and reflect about these things quite objectively and impartially, so that we really know what they are about. Then if we come across them somewhere, we shall know them for what they are, and not imagine that if someone thinks he has a particularly deep grasp of anthroposophy, that we cannot understand that faults which occur in the outside world appear much more strongly in him. We shall understand it, but we shall also know that we have to combat them. Sometimes we cannot combat them until we have really understood them. This is another example, showing how closely connected life is with the spiritual scientific outlook. That this spiritual scientific outlook cannot, in fact, achieve its aim unless it becomes an attitude to life, an art of life, and is brought into the whole of life. How wonderful it would be if in, let us now say, the Anthroposophical Society, all the various human relationships proved to be as harmonious as we have tried to make the forms of our Goetheanum building, where they change from one to the other, and each is in harmony with the other. If it could be the same in life as it is in the Goetheanum, and the whole life of our society could be like the wonderful cooperation among the people engaged in building the Goetheanum, so that even this very building activity is an harmonious and noble image of what comes to expression in the building itself. Thus the inner significance of the life principle of our Goetheanum building, and the inner significance of the cooperation among the souls, no, I would rather not say that, the inner significance of the harmony of the forms of our building should find their way into all the various human relationships in our society, and their inner formative force should stand before us as a kind of ideal. I should just like to assure you that the wrong words did not slip out just now when I stopped in mid-sentence. I stopped quite deliberately, and sometimes the thing is said without actually saying it. To summarize the theme I have given in many variations over these days, what I want to recommend to you most warmly is not only to look at the thoughts and ideas of spiritual science, the results of spiritual research, with your intellect and reason, but to take what lives in spiritual science into your hearts. For the salvation of mankind's future progress really depends on this. This can be said without presumption, for anyone can see it if they try at all to study the impulses of our evolution and the signs of our times. With these thoughts I will close the series of lectures I ventured to give you at the turn of the year. That's the end of Lecture 8 and the end of the book Art as Seen in the Light of Mystery Wisdom, Collected Works, Volume 275 by Rudolf Steiner.